let's get on with the project setup. Education app. I'm going to leave that as application. Go with com.besttech. Swift. Everything. Yes, I think I'm okay with all of these. Create. Remember, if you don't know Flutter basics already, this course is not for you. This course is meant for intermediate Flutter developers. You already develop Flutter applications. However, you probably don't have an architecture, or you already have an architecture, but you're trying to learn the clean architecture, or you're here to learn TDD, whichever one it is. Just make sure that you have solid base and understanding of widgets, of basic state management and how state management works, even if it's just with set state, maybe provider or something else. But just have a basic knowledge of how state management works, have some knowledge of how maybe Firebase works, not too much though, but then also you could have some solid understanding of how HTTP calls work or something like that, whatever it is, but just make sure you're not a total beginner. If you are, then this course is not for you. Now I'm leaving this as it is, but then I'm going to, I don't think I need the widget test, I'm going to delete that part. Go into spec YAML, Command or Control R, I'm going to delete every comment. Let's clean up the spaces. Right, that looks neat. Let's go ahead and add every package that we're going to need. Now we're going to do that from the command line. Flutter pub add. Let's list all the packages that we're going to need. We're going to need Flutter BLoC. We're going to need you already know what we're using BLoC for. So in this tutorial, we're going to be using BLoC for inter-layer state management. So as I've already explained previously, I already did a video with HTTP with clean architecture test-driven development, and over there we use BLoC. But remember, you can use any other state management solution that you've got. You could use provider for what we used BLoC for. You could use Riverpod for what we used BLoC for. You can totally replace that section of your application. This is the beauty of clean architecture. You can totally factor out any part of your architecture, any layer, any module, and your entire code will still work. But then, however, in this case, we're using BLoC for that part, for the inter-layer dependency management or state management, basically. So what that means is simply, how do we manage or update the UI based on what's going on between the layers? So if the data source is saying, I'm fetching data, hold on a bit, then the domain layer is meant to communicate that into the UI. And how does it do that? How does it tell the UI that this is what's going on? We use BLoC for that. However, we will also use provider in conjunction with BLoC. But then we will use provider for simple state abstraction. So in cases where, for example, we have too many text editing controllers on one screen, and we don't want to have to put all of that in the state of our stateful widget, we could just abstract that. How do you abstract a state? You can create a separate state, and this is exactly what provider can help us do. You could do that with Riverpod as well, or any other state management solution you know. Provider provides the simplest API for abstracting state. So I could simply just create a provider that extends chain notifier let me go ahead and create a simple file. So I could simply go ahead and create a class. Maybe I could call, maybe we have on the sign up controller, and this will simply hold on to all of my text edition controllers. So I could have name controller, and we could have a lot of other controllers. So we don't have to mess up our UI code by putting this in our state. So we could abstract that state and put it in here inside an abstracted state. So this simply provides us a state that we can simply attach to our widget and use that state. So this is what we're using provider for, because it's really simple, a simple state management as such. So I call that sort of state management, I call that state abstraction. We're simply doing abstraction, but to a state. If it was to a widget, we would create a separate class for that widget. If it was a state, we can't use a class. We have to create an actual state. And in that case, a state management solution would provide that. Then, however, for our BLoC, we're using our BLoC for the higher level state management. That is inter-layer. So in our architecture's got layers. So inter-layer communication, we use the BLoC for that sort of state management. So for that reason, we're going to add BLoC. We're also going to add Flutter BLoC. So the Flutter BLoC will help us in the UI and when writing UI code. The BLoC will help us when writing the business logic. And then we will have darts. You should already know about these because we used them in the previous session where we created the simple create user and fetch users API, fetch users app with the mock APIs. So we go ahead and add Dart. What else would we need? We would need equatable. We would also need file picker to pick files. We would also need, let's go with, I don't want to list important ones that I haven't explained yet, so let me ignore Flutter link preview. I will introduce it when there's need for it. What else could I need? I think I'd need font awesome. I'd also need get it for dependency injection. I'd also need iconly, some parts. I'd also need the image picker. I'd also need Intel. I'd also need Lottie. I'd need open file for opening files. I'd need path provider. I'd need the provider itself. I'd need I need shared references for caching data. I need smooth page indicator. I'd need swipe to. Wow, that's a lot. For message replies, I'd need, what else did I use? I think I used URL launcher. I think we need URL launcher. I think we would also need, when we're displaying videos, I think from the UI we need the video. We need to fetch the thumbnail of a video from, maybe if it was from YouTube. For that reason, we're going to have YouTube metadata. I will tell you when we're using these packages in the UI, but let's just add them all at once so I don't have to add them later. Thumbnail, we would need the video player. I don't think I need video player since I already have Chewy. I think I'm going to use Chewy rather. Video player versus Chewy. Chewy already creates the entire UI for us. So instead of using video player package, I'm simply going to use Chewy for playing local videos, for playing videos locally. Videos that do not go to the outside. And Flutter prop get. Let's go ahead and add those. Now that's completed. where I'm going to go ahead and add, we can see all of them up there. Why aren't you formatted? Yeah, so let's go ahead and add the testing packages. So we're going to add them under developer dependencies. For those, we're going to use BLoC test, Flutter test. I think Flutter test has already been added under dev dependencies. We can see that over there. So let's go ahead and Flutter pub add under dev dependencies. Add me BLoC test. We need, yeah, I think that's it, the BLoC testing. So I'm going to use just that. Yeah, mocktail, my mocker. And then finally, let's add this further and I'll explain what else we need to add. And Flutter pub get. After adding those, let's go over here. So I'm on the pub.dev and I'm looking at Very Good Analysis. It's provided by Very Good Ventures. They have very good packages on pub.dev, and this one's particularly for linting. Our linting rules. So, for example, linting rules could encompass anything at all. Linting rules are basically the rules that force us as programmers to follow certain standards or certain guidelines. For example, in your code, arranging these things, you can see that they're not in alphabetical order. We have C, B, F, we go to D, now we go to E. It goes basically mostly in alphabetical order because that's order in which I added them over here. But then finally I added Chewy, which was C. It should be above and not below. It should be where C is. So we have such things. In our Dart code, we could also have linters. For example, if I wanted to create property for this, instead of putting final string name, instead of putting this after the constructor, if I decided to put it before the constructor, in some cases, this is considered dirty code. Not dirty as in bad or something, but unreadable. So in order to make it a lot clearer, it's better for the constructor to come right after the class declaration, and then you see the constructor, and then you see the properties. So these are some conventions. Now there are a lot of them. If we wanted to edit them, we could go into analysis options and edit them one after another and add these, maybe avoid prints. We can uncomment this to disable that thingy you see when you use a print statement inside of your app. This, when you see this, avoid print in production code, where you instead have to use debug print, and then it won't scream at you. If you wanted to disable that rule, you could come here and make avoid print to be false. So it disables it. You can add singular rules in here. You could just keep adding your rules in here. Rules to restrict you, rules to not restrict you. You could change whatever rules you want. You could go over to their documentation over here, Flutter's Dart's documentation for all of their rules, and you can select rules that you don't want and set them to false over here. Or you can set them to true if you want to restrict yourself to follow such rules in order to make your code better. But these people at Very Good Ventures, and they're very good people, they've gone ahead and compiled some of the best rules that can make that can help your code to be a lot cleaner than it used to be. It currently is. We also have other linters, you can search for them, but personally we're going to use Very Good Ventures in this particular project. So in order to do that, we can go ahead in our analysis options and add these things one after another. We can also, let's see, we can first of all add this into our dev dependencies. Let me go ahead and do that in the terminal. Flutter pub add dev Very Good Analysis. We can add that, and then finally we can go down here and see this. So this is for the project level. Let's go ahead and copy that. Go over here, clear out everything in here, and paste what we've just copied. So this is our rules. These are our rules. We could go back to put spec YAML, we could see very good analysis has been added to the developer dependencies. We could come back here, and in order to show that we are using very good ventures, we're using something from very good ventures in our application, we have to cite them in our project. So in order to do that, I'm just going to go over here, education app getting started. After a new Flutter project, I'm going to add that in here. So when people see your projects, they can know. So they're providing their services to us for free. All you have to do, or the best you can do on your part, is just to put the word out there about very good analysis. This is not a promotion from very good analysis. This video is not sponsored by very good analysis, but we're using their package, and in order to follow ethics, technological ethics or tech ethics that we have in the tech community, since they're asking us to cite them in our project in order to, that's their way of us paying them back. We can just simply go ahead and do that. It's not going to be too difficult. Just go to your readme.md and cite them in your package, in your project. So that's that for very good analysis. That will then take care of all of our linting. We can go ahead and run pubget. Let me go ahead and move this up the tree. A, B, C, D. Let's move C, U down here. C, D. We can move darts over here. Don't mind me. Yeah, that's it. Nice. So finally, or not finally, let's go ahead and add assets. What assets are we going to use? For this particular project, you can download this starter code. There won't be a starter code, but there will be like the project setup, or you could set all of these things up yourself. That's why I'm making a video about the setup rather than just telling you to go download the starter code, because if you just download the starter code, a lot of stuff might be outdated when you download these, because maybe the package would have a newer version or something, and if you download my version, it might be not in line with your environment and stuff. So you could go ahead and follow through, or you could just go ahead and go to the source code, link in the description. You can go ahead and go to the source code, download only the assets folder, which I'm going to copy over and paste here. So you can download the assets folder, copy the assets folder, and paste it in your project. So I'm going to do just that. I'm going to copy the assets folder, and I'll be pasting it right. So I've copied the assets folder. I'm going to go into education app and paste the assets folder. Now inside the assets folder, we can see that we have various folders. So I'm simply going to add those folders in here. I'm going to reference them in here. Make sure you're in line with the uses material. But you guys are already pros, you know what you're doing. So I'm just going to go ahead and speed through this part. Nice. I've added all of them. The vectors, as you can see, contains our vector images. The Lottie contains our Lottie JSONs, our JSON files, basically animations and such. The images contains images that we can use, for example, our background gradients, the default user, and so forth and so on. You can see these gradients, these background gradients, and these placeholders. We've got icons. These are icons that we've got, and so on. We've got the fonts. We've got these fonts. So let's go ahead and add our fonts. Close down assets. Shut down everything to the right. Keep shutting them down. Close tabs to the right. close this one, go over to pot spec. So we might use Google packages, the Google Fonts package, but I'm not going to do that because Google Fonts does not have the font, this particular font that we want to use, the Aonic or Aonic, I don't know how to pronounce that, the Aonic trial. So from the UI design, it was there. I had to source that font from a third-party website that wasn't Google's, and I downloaded that font. So I'm going to add that manually into my Flutter project. I've got every version of it, the bold italic, the light, and so forth. I'm simply going to add them over to my project. You can go ahead and copy these. No, I've done a wrong indentation. You can go ahead and copy these and paste them, but make sure that the fonts is exactly at the right indentation. Let me take these and hit Shift Tab on my keyboard to pull them back one indent. So we've got a nick or whatever this is pronounced as, and then we've got Poppins. Poppins can also be found in the Google packages, but I don't mind using it here. Now the project is as good as set up. Let's go ahead and test the analysis options and make sure that the analysis options is working. Let's go into main.dart and let's add, for example, a final string name. We can simply get dependencies. So we can see some Linting. So we can move the constructor before other members. So when this is the beautiful thing about that, the analysis options is that it doesn't just correct you, it doesn't just show you, it actually helps you to do it. So we can either hit this, it provides you a button or a linked text where you can hit that text and it formats the code for you automatically. Over here we can also see put required named params first before the non-required named params. So these have to go before that. Now we could either go ahead through all of our projects. If you already have a project before you found out about the very good analysis and you've currently added it to a pre-existing project and you want to apply all of those clean processes to your project, you don't have to go through each file and start clicking these one after another. You can simply, after adding that and seeing that it's added the linting rules to all of your files, you can go ahead and come to your terminal. Let me clear out the terminal. We can go ahead and run dart fix --apply. This computes every fix from your linter and then it will fix them for you. Let's wait for that to complete. It's done. We can see 3 fixes applied. You could see it formatted my file. Always put required named params, sort constructors first. So it's done all that for me. I'm going to go ahead and undo the reload from the disk and undo everything, put it back the way it was before. Close down the terminal, and that's our project setup complete. Now that all of that is done, we can go ahead and clear out the main.dart and write the main.dart from scratch. No, we're not going to write it from scratch, don't mind me. Let's go ahead and delete this part. And then in the material app, let us, what do we remove? I'm going to minimize all of these. And remove them, yes, beautiful, perfect. Then in the home, we're actually not going to be using the home. We will use generate out. The title could be education app. The theme data, we have this color scheme. I don't think I like this color scheme. We will add our own color scheme. So right now we're just doing what we call theming. So we're theming the application, we're setting the theme. So we're going to use material 3. I'm going to set that to true. Visual density, I'm going to use adaptive platform density. The last one, yes. Use material 3 was already set, so sorry about that. I didn't see that. Now for our app bars, let's set the app bar theme because I want to have this almost the same app bar in every single screen. So the app bar theme, we will have color to be transparent, and we're also going to have elevation is automatically set to 0 in material 3. And I also think that material 3 automatically sets the app bar's color to transparent. But no, I don't think so. So we're just going to do that and let the elevation to be automatically set by material 3, which is already going to make that 0. The font family, let's go ahead and set the default font family that we want. I'm going to do that right before this. So font family, let's go ahead and use our, we have different fonts, right? So usually what I'd do is I'd go in here, create a Dart file, so go to core. In core, I also want to have a different file named. I think I should save the font inside of utility, probably. But I think that's important. Or do you know what? Let's go ahead and create a res folder where it will hold all of our resources. So in here we will have colors, our images, and the rest of them are fonts in this case. So core res, inside of res we have the fonts.dart. Let's go ahead and create the fonts class. So we're gonna have class fonts. Over here we can save all of our fonts because remember it's dangerous to just keep calling your fonts with the string name because the compiler will not detect when the font name is wrong, but your font will fail. So Aonic to Aonic. So I prefer to do these and save them statically instead of having them having to use them a lot of times in the application with the natural string because that's really dangerous. Now after we do that, we're going to set a general font for all of our text in the application. So when we set this general font, this will be the default fonts for our application. However, when we want to use a different font, we can simply put that font in our text style. So what is the default font? We want to use fonts.poppins. Import. I'm actually going to use package import because when I use the normal relative import, it will the linter that we've just added into the analysis options from very good options suggest that we always use a package import. So that way, even if our folder structures change, we just simply have the same relative path. And we can also see it suggests to organize import. In order to do that, generally you can hit Control Alternate O or Command Alternate O if you're on Mac. That's Control Alternate O. That will automatically format or organize the import. You can see that over, I think it should be around here. No, I didn't see that here, but it just works. That's how it works. So after that's done, material 3, let's go ahead and set the colors. So still inside of the res folder, I'm going to create a new Dart file, call that colors.dart. Inside of the colors, I'm simply going to copy over every color that we're going to use in the application. You can find that in the source code for this part of the video. Let me go ahead and fetch that color. So now I've got my colors. Let me paste that in here. What we simply did was create a class, colors. Inside of the class, we have simply static colors all over. Every color that we're going to use in the application is right here. I'm going to lock up this class, so colors dot underscore create a private constructor so we don't mistakenly instantiate this class basically. So after we've done that, let me go ahead and close down colors.dart. So that means that in our main.dart, we can go ahead and change the color scheme. So in the color scheme, we're rather going to use the one of our primary colors, but not as a seed color. Let's go ahead and use the accent color rather. We have colors dot seed, sorry, dot primary color. So this isn't going to be from seed. We're rather going to make it from. No, stop. From swatch. Yes. So that could fit in one line, and that's it for the colors. Now finally, where I'm going to generate our first route. But before we can generate our first route, let's go ahead and create our first scene. So the first thing would be the onboarding. So let's go ahead and start off by creating inside of the lib. We're going to start with Dart file. So it's going to be in the source / let's go with onboarding. Should I make it underscore boarding? Yes, so in onboarding, we're going to have the presentation. Inside the presentation where I'm going to have the onboarding screen. Boom. That's our file created. Now, inside of the onboarding screen, let's go ahead and create a cancel. You want the following file? No, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Let's go ahead and say class onboarding screen. What am I doing? Stateless. Onboarding. Yes, we've got the onboarding. Let's go ahead and import material. Because we will need material. Let me go ahead and add a route name. So I've added a route name. Now, how this would work usually is you would come down here, close down the themes. Still inside the material app, you can define your route. Now, in your route, you have to return. Over here, you can see you have to return a map string widget function or whatever. So that would usually look something like this. So you put, for example, for our onboarding, I used the where is it? The onboarding, I use the /. So this is the initial route. The initial route is always the / when you're building a web application. So we can use / and we can return with context. It provides context. We're not going to use that, so we'll replace it with an underscore, and we return the onboarding screen. This is how it usually works. So, but then, however, since inside of the onboarding screen we've defined a static route name, we could come back here. Since remember, it's dangerous to just put raw strings, so we can just go ahead and do onboarding screen dot route name. This is how it usually works. But now this would clutter up in here when we want to pass in values into the constructors. For example, if onboarding had something to be taken here, these would usually, it would usually be difficult to do those because now we need to get the arguments that we've sent through the arguments when we're doing the push, or when we did the push named or whatever we've used in our navigation. That would be difficult to pass those arguments in here. For that reason, we're going to rather use generate route on generate route. This is it, and we're going to create a generate route function. So for that, personally, I go into the call, create a new Dart file, put that in the services folder, and call that router.dart. Okay. Now inside of the router.dart, we go ahead and create the router, which will be of type route dynamic. why is it a route dynamic? Because where is it? On main.dart. Because in the onGenerate route, we can see it's route dynamic. So we want to give it the same type. So let me go ahead and generate a route. Now, the generate route, I'm going to import it here using package import. Now, it's still not quite that because the onGenerate route provides us with a route setting. But however, we're not collecting that route settings in here. So let's go ahead and take the route settings. We're going to call that settings. We can also see that in the main.dart, this should pass. So Command O to format and organize imports. And we can cancel the main and that one. We can go ahead and make it. No, I don't think we want that to be async. Let's go ahead and do this. We use a switch case. This is basically an if-else statement. We use the switch case with the settings. So it would be the settings.name. Now, we're simply saying if the name of a route, basically the name of the route from the settings, so we're simply saying if the name of the route is, what is it going to be? If the name is, so we start with a case. If the name is onboarding screen.route name, if the name is equal to the onboarding screen, so meaning that we're doing navigator.push, push named onboarding screen.route name. So simply if the route name is the onboarding route name, we return a material page route. And the material page route will simply take a builder, give us a context. We don't need that context. And we rather return an onboarding screen. And that's how this would usually work. Now imagine in our case we would have a lot of screens because this is a huge application. As the screens grow, we will actually have to keep doing this same material page route before we call this. We could just simply factor that in and abstract it and rather create one general function to return us the screen, but then wrapping it with the appropriate route, if you get what I'm saying. So we simply want to abstract this. So we want to be able to simply say something like maybe return, what should I call it? Maybe page builder. Yeah, page builder, and we can simply give it the onboarding. And then pass in the settings so that we can do whatever we need to do with the settings in there. If that makes sense. So we don't have to keep on creating the material page route. Now, in the case of the material page route, you can actually consider leaving it that way and not minding what I'm doing, right? Because it's short. It's almost basically the same thing. You're just replacing this with material page route, and then you can return with a builder and then do the invocation. I mean, it could be short for you. However, for this application, we're not going to be using the normal material page route animation. We want to create a custom animation for ourselves, right? We want to use maybe a fade animation when we're switching pages. So for that reason, we're going to have to write a lot of code, and we don't want to have to do that same animation custom routing for every single page, because that's what it would mean. We would have to use a page route builder and then customly build out the route. We don't want to have to do that for every single page that we're pushing to. So for that reason, yeah, I'm going to delete this and create a function. A function I'm going to call a page builder. Let me make that private so that it's only for this file. I'm going to create that. It's going to be of type page route builder, of type dynamic, and in here it's going to take the page. However, what if the page needs context for something? Because maybe some pages might be taking context. So in that case, let's collect that context from the page route builder and pass it into the page. So build context. So we send it over to the page. It could also, so we make that a positional param, and then we can also take the route settings and pass it down to the page. So these are your settings page. You can use them. So let me go ahead and save that much. Now, finally, we return a page route builder, and the page builder and it gives us a page builder. Right, the page builder will give us a context. We take that context, it gives us what else does it give us? A page builder gives us the context, the animation, the first and the second animation basically. But we're not going to use them here. We're going to build our own custom animation separately. So the page builder will give us that. We take the first animation and also give us a second animation. We don't need them. Finally, we'll return the page that we've collected. However, remember that the page is a function. So we take that page and we give it the context that it's asking. And that context we get from here. So that way we can take the page and still give the page the context that it needs. So this is personally how I do it. If you think that in your application you don't need to pass context into your pages, or you don't need to use the context for anything in your route builder over here, in your route generator, then you don't need to do it this way. You can just go ahead and do widget page and just simply return the page over here. However, for me in this application, or generally, I just like to future proof my application, meaning what if in future I need the context? So I don't want to have to come back and redo everything. So in that case, I just simply do that. So the page route builder takes the settings. We're going to give it the settings that we take from here. That setting we're going to pass down from here. So we take that setting, give it to that person, and finally we can build the transition. How does it transition? That gives us the context, the first animation, right? The second animation, and the child. And with that, I'm going to return a fade transition. I want my pages to fade. The opacity will be the animation's value, and the child will be this page. So this page route builder will take the page builder, get the widget that you returned from it, and send it to the transitions builder as its child. And we're going to receive that child over here. The child will be the child that we take. And that's it. Yes. Where am I missing a comma? Oh, this isn't working well yet. So the page builder will simply give us the context, and we take that context, but in this case we don't need it because in the onboarding we don't need the context for anything at all. So in the onboarding, we're simply going to take that and return the onboarding screen. And that's it. We take the settings in here, and we format that, and we make this one a constant. And that's it. So now by default, so it's still screaming because there's only one case. But what if it's not an onboarding screen route? What if it's not any of our routes? What are we going to do? So we're going to set a default. And by default, if none of the routes are true, we're simply going to create a route, return page builder, which will give us the context, which we don't need in this case. We're going to return a widget. Let's create a new widget and call that maybe page under construction. And we can initialize that. So for now, let's go ahead and comment this out so that we can see the page that we're building. So page on the construction, I'm actually going to go into the core. Inside of the core, I'm going to go into maybe just create a view in the core folder. So in the core, I'm going to create a new folder called common. Inside of it, I'm going to have views, so common views. So some of our common views will include the page under construction, and inside of that we're going to start cancel. So in here we will import material, stateless widget, page under start construction, and then we can return a scaffold, we can have in the center of it, let's have a what you know. I actually want to design this to be perfect. So let's go ahead and create a background, a beautiful background. So its body will be a container. We're going to use a gradient background. So this container will have constraints of box expand, box constraints dot expand. We have a decoration, box decoration. We have our image. We're going to use the decoration image. And in there we have the other image. And this time we will use the asset image. Now, what image are we going to use? We have some of these images over here in our assets. So inside of here we have some gradient background. So which particular background are we going to use? In the case of in the case of my page constructor, of my page under construction constructor, we're going to use the onboarding background, the same as the onboarding, because I like that gradient. So I'm just simply going to use that one. So we can go and start doing the assets slash images slash whatever till we get to what we're looking for. But you already know that I dislike working with strings that way. So for that reason, I'm going to go into res, new Dart file, create, what do I call that? Image, or no, just media resources. I'm going to leave it as media res, still resources though. I'm going to do class media res, and we can have that. In there, I'm going to make the media res private constructor so we don't mistakenly initialize it. Then I'm simply going to write down what I do personally. So for example, in the icons, we have atoms. So we're going to start with constant, static constant base icon will be equal to assets slash. I've already taught this in the Riverpod tutorial, so you can go watch that if you want to understand this better. This is just basically what I'm doing. I'm going to write the base of where the icons are. They're in the assets slash icons folder. We can put this in there, and then we can have static const base images. So we have all of our bases basically. So we have base image, base lottie, base vectors, and then for each one we start one after another. So for each one we register them. So we have atom, bronze medal, calculator. So we start registering them one after another. Static const atom will be equal to the base icons, and we have / atom.png, and you go ahead and do it for the rest of them, so you don't have to reference the string each time. Also, if your image changes, you don't have to go find out every file where you've used that image and start changing them. You can just come here, change it once, and everywhere where you used mediares.atom, it will automatically update that image over there. This is why this is important to do this. It might be stressful, but it will help you in the long run. So I'm not going to bore you with typing all of that out. I'm just going to skip to where I've completely typed it all out. Now that I'm done writing all of them out one after another, let me close down the assets. You can see all of them over here. We have our icons, we have a background, we have our lotties, we have our subjects, and the rest of them. So let me go ahead and save this. You can find this in the source code. You could just go ahead and copy it over to your media res instead of going through the trouble of doing this from scratch. So let's go ahead. In here, I'm simply going to use media res dot I'd use onboarding background. Import that. Yes, so this is what I want to use. The onboarding background. So now after that, inside of this still, we want to do the fit and make it cover, box fit cover. Put a comma, format that, and then in here the child of the container. Yes, the child of the container will be a safe area because we want it all to be in a safe area. However, though, I actually want this container to extend, this gradient background to extend under the app bar. So the app bar, I'm going to create a generic app bar and I'm going to say, no, I don't think I even need this. Do I need an app bar? I don't think I do. Yeah, so we don't need an app bar though, so that's not necessary. Finally, let's go ahead and add the child, the safe area. We can use a lottie. So if you don't know what lotties are, they're basically animations, JSON animations. So they're animations, but they're saved in a .json format. So you get the JSON, and then you add the lottie package in your pop-spec YAML, and then you use the lottie widget to display that JSON. You can see we've already added the lottie over there. Now let's go back to our onboarding. No, sorry, to the page under construction rather. So in the page on the construction, where we're going to use the lottie. We initialize that, and we use lottie.asset rather. So lottie has lottie.asset or lottie.network. We're going to use lottie.asset, and what asset are we going to use? Let's use media res dot page under construction, which I've already downloaded. So we're actually going to center this. So we want it to be in the center, and that's about that. That's about it. Box decoration, add const modifier. Now we can go ahead and run the application to see what we've done. But before that, let's go back here at the page under construction, add a constant. So when there's nothing, when the settings name doesn't match anything we've registered, default to page under construction. In the main.dart, generate route automatically looks for you don't have to set a home or an initial route when you're using generate route, because automatically it looks for the routes that starts with /. So what will happen is when this application starts up, this will go into generate route, and then generate route will search for, or it will call this generate route function, and it will pass in a setting with a name /. It will look for a name called / alone, nothing behind or after it. So in that case, it won't find it, because in our case, it's the onboarding. But we've commented this out because we haven't considered the onboarding case, the / case, it will go to default. And we're doing this because we want to see what the page under construction looks like. Let's go ahead and run the application and see what it looks like. Now, when we run that, we soon run into some problems, because it wants us to put our minimum SDK version to 19. So let's go ahead and do that. What package is this coming from? Let's see. It comes from BLoC Plus. There's probably some other package that's overriding that. I can't find it, doesn't matter. One of our packages is requiring us to do that. So let's go ahead and raise that to 19. Where's our Android app? Sorry, build.gradle. Minimum SDK version. Open up, come on. Minimum SDK. It's using the default, which I think is 16. Let's go ahead and raise that to 19. And then rerun the application. And yet again, we run into another error. Let's go ahead and read and see what's wrong. It requires multi-dex support. So let's go ahead and add multi-dex support in our app, in our build grade, in our Gradle files. Let's go ahead and do that. So still in here, let's go to the next line and add what's wrong with me today? Multi-dex enabled. true. Let's run the app again. Hopefully this time everything's sorted out. Alright, the application's finally started. We can see that Lottie. So when we try to query a page and the page does not exist yet because we haven't registered it here, then we get this screen, page under construction. Now let's go ahead and restore the onboarding and restart the application. It should take us to the onboarding screen. And now, rightfully so, the onboarding screen gets pushed when we register the onboarding screen over here. So with that said and done, let's go ahead to the onboarding screen and start creating the onboarding screen. Following the principles of clean architecture, we're going to start from the domain layer instead of starting from the presentation layer. So in the domain layer, I'm going to start from domain, have my repos, and inside of my repos, I'm going to have the onboarding repo. Now in here, I will have the contract class onboarding repo, and it's going to have a result future, which we haven't created yet, of type void, hash first timer. Now, what we're simply doing is saving to know whether to show the onboarding or not. So how do we know if we're going to show the onboarding to the user, or if it's not their first time, then we push them to the login screen if they're not logged in, and if they're logged in, we push them directly to the home screen. So that's what we're trying to do. The first thing in that order would be to first detect that it's their first time on the application. If it's their first time, we push them to the onboarding, then from there to the login. If it's not, we check if they're logged in or not, and then we push them to the proper screen. So for this, I'm going to go into my core, new Dart file. I'll create utils, type defs, and inside of my type defs, I'm going to have the type def, some space there, type def. We have the result future, type T, which will be equal to future either failure or T. Now I have to create the folder. Still inside of core, we have errors. We have failure.dart. Now in here we have the abstract class, but I'm actually just going to copy this over from the other project, from the demonstration project that we had. So I'm going to copy that over and just use that here. So that works. I copied that over, but we still have to create the exception. So I'm just going to copy over the exception from our demonstration project as well. So copy this one over. Create new Dart file exceptions. Now for this project, however, we have both the cache and the normal exception. So this is why I'm adding the cache as well. So we have a cache because we're saving stuff to the cache. Moving on, let me close these ones up and import failure. Also where I'm going to have the type definition for data map, which will simply be which will simply be equal to map string dynamic, so that I don't have to repeatedly type out this long name. So moving on, In my repository, I'm going to import the result future. And finally, I'm going to I'm going to write the second use case, which will be a result future as well. And it will check if user is first timer. Check if user is first timer. So we add the constructor onboarding repository as we have already done before in the previous project. So that's it for our repository. So now we go over and start creating the use cases. So we have the cache first timer use case and the check if user is first timer use case. Let's go ahead and do that. So new data file, use cases, and in there we have cache first timer. Boom. So let's go ahead and do that. You can pause the video and try to do it yourself to see if you remember how we did them in the previous videos. So class cache first timer extends use case. It doesn't have any params, so without params, I'm gonna make it return type void because that's what it returns in here, void. We have to create that use case without params as we did. So constant cache first timer. In this, I'm taking the repository because that's our dependency. In every use case, you depend on the repository. In this case, our onboarding repo, and we override result future void with a call to the async, and we repo.cache first timer. And now we have to go over and create the use case without param. So in the call, minimize this, close this out. In the call, should I put that in the common or should I just leave it directly in the call folder? I'm thinking about putting it there just to make things a lot more organized. But let's use case, and in there we have use cases. Let me call that use cases, and then we have use cases. Nice. So in here we have our class use. Let me go ahead and copy that from the other place. Use case without param. So let me first create use case with params rather. This would have the type and the params type. And I should surely make that abstract because we want it to be an interface. And we have a constant use case with params. I'm just going to make that constant. And then finally we have the result future. With its type. And then the call with its params. Because it's an interface, we don't have a body. And then finally we can do the same with Command D, and this time without params. I can delete params and only take one type. Down here without params, we can remove you. That's it. So we've got our use case interface. We can import that here. And that's it. The first use case is done. Let's go ahead and create a second use case. Let me see. Check if user is first timer. So this will check if the user is a first timer. New dart file. Check if user is first timer. And create class. Check if user is first timer. Place the C with a capital 1, and it will extend use case with params. No, without. Does it have or does it not have? It doesn't have any params, so it's also use case without params. It has a type. Sorry, the type will be bool. This is the type that it returns. So it returns bool. So this will force us to put the same type down there. So when we actually at the override, create one missing override, if I put something different here, as you already know, this will error out because it's not a valid override because the other one actually returns an integer. This one returns an integer, but the actual one's expecting a bool because we've put the bool over here. So it goes back to the use case without params, and over here it will expect a bool because what we've put here when we were declaring or when we were extending it, inheriting it, was bool. So it will be also expecting bool when we override it. So bool. Then we depend on the repository. So repo dot. We want to check. Let me paste what I copied, and that's it. So we can come to the constructor, copy this, and we have this dot repo. Final, what was it? Onboarding repo. With an underscore. Yes. So now we've got our repo. Let's go ahead and create the test. The new .test file. I'm going to use the same name, cache first timer. But then remember that for use cases, since we could have so many use cases in one, I usually avoid creating the mock in here. So mock dependency onboarding repo extends mock implement onboarding repo. I avoid doing this here because then when I'm creating the second one, in this case this one, copy path or reference, I'm going to copy the file name, create a new Dart file, paste that file name, remove .dart, and go ahead and create that. So over here I would have to create the same mock file. So instead I just create a new file, call that onboarding, the name of the repo basically, onboarding repo.mock.dart. So this way I have a mock file. So I can just simply cut this and put this there. Import everything we need to import. And that's it. So we can start with this first. Let me close these up. Close up main, close up router. And we are, where are we? We're in the onboarding screen. We don't want to be there. We're actually writing a test. So now, in our test, we're going to start off with the void main entry point. We have the dependency. So what is our dependency? Our dependency is the onboarding repo. We're going to write the dependency. And we are finally going to write the class. Our actual use case, which in this case is the cache first timer use case, we're going to call that use case, and then we set up with the Flutter test package. Now our setup is basically initialization, so we go ahead and start from the dependency. So the onboarding repo will be the mock version. Remember the mock version. Let me import that. Import this, and we can have the use case initialized, which will be equal to a cache first timer, which will simply take the repository. So we can just remove the underscore over here and pass in this repo over there. Now after that's done, we can write our first and only test. So the test will be, so for these, remember that when I was teaching this previously, I used the write, like returning the success state, returning. Let me show it to you. So you'd call the mock or the onboarding repo dot cache first timer, right? And what does it return? Actually, it returns void. So and return the right data. So in this case, let me async do that. Close this. Put a comma. Format. What is your problem? Missing white space. So we have to add a white space over here to add a space before the and after that. So over here, when we stub rather, this is our stubbing. When we stub, when we were writing for the use case, I was stubbing for the success return. So when I did repo.cache first timer, and I said then answer, for the use cases, I usually do this right. I usually return right with whatever value it returns. But then you could also mock for the left side. So for the sake of the tutorial, I'm going to use the left for this particular use case. So you can see that you don't always need to do for the right hand side. But the reason why I do that for the right hand side is because, I don't know, I just prefer to do that. I just prefer to do the right hand side because mostly when, for example, the right hand side returns null, I only have to put right null. But if it returns left, then I have to build a server failure and all that. So that's kind of jarring for me. So we can build a server failure, give it a message that let's see, code what unknown error occurred, and the status code should be 500. Now, when you notice in my status code, when I was creating this, where is it? Over here. I made this dynamic because I wanted it to be able to take an integer or a string. The reason being that we're going to be using Firebase. And when we start using Firebase, you will see that Firebase exceptions, when they get thrown, we don't get an integer status code. The status code is usually in a string format. So this is why I did it as dynamic when I was creating this class. So that way we can handle both cases of where if it's an integer, then it will be that, and if it's not, then it will be the other thing. So if you actually want to make sure that this must either be an integer or a string and nothing else, then we can just simply add an assert. So we can assert and say that assert that status code equal to, is it the status code dot runtime type must be equal to int. What is your problem? Invalid constant value. It's no problem. Or so it must either be an integer or the status code dot runtime type must either be an integer or a string. With a comma, and then we add a message. Why? Because it will tell us that missing a message in assert. This is from the very good analysis that we've added in our post spec YAML. This very good analysis. What is the problem? Unsorted dependencies at once BLoC to come first, no problem. So this comes from this person. It prefers to have for every assertion to have a message, and which is good practice. This is actually good practice. So let's go ahead and add a message. Oh, and wait, get dependencies, and then we ignore this later. Ignore. So wait, I don't think this is even right. So let me just go ahead and say status code is string or status code is int. I think that would work. I don't know, I'm not sure. Let's go ahead and try with that one. We can say status code cannot be a, then over here we can use the status code dot runtime type. It cannot be a va. I think that should work. I'm not sure. We could go to Dartpad and test this out. So let me go test it and then I'll let you know if it worked or not. Yeah, so I've just run that and it works. So the is works perfectly. So we can have and remove the constants because we've made this not constant by doing this little assertion. We can close up the failure and we come back here. Let's format these. Close. Yes, so we've got our server failure. Let me minimize this so we can go ahead and make our action. We can act. So we've arranged, now we're acting. So final result will be equal to use case await use case. Yes, and we can expect that the result equals constant. I don't think it can be constant, but a left server failure with message. So should I save this? No, never mind. Message, because we have equatable in the server failure, so we should know if this message is the same as that. So this will pass if the result is a left server failure, a left that contains a server failure with these same messages and that same status code. Known error. So this is the fun of equatable. It lets us do that sort of equation. Equality check. Cut this back. Yeah, this is one to be constant. The type must be explicitly stated. So this is also coming from the analysis options. It helps us write good code. So on the left we want a server failure, or maybe just generally a failure. And on the right we dynamic. I just make that dynamic because I don't care about it. Right now it's the left, so the right can be anything. But you could go ahead and state void if you wanted to, but I just prefer to do it this way. So we expect that the results will be equal to, but remember that you have to write your test first before you write your use cases or before you implement whatever you're implementing. I'm just doing it this way because the tutorial or just developing speed development. When we verify that the repo.cache first timer got called, and it got called once. It didn't get called more than once, and we verify no more interactions with the repository with our dependency. So the repository means the dependency, whatever we're depending on. We check and make sure that we're no longer interacting with it. Hopefully that test passes. Let's just move on to the next test. So the next test, I'm going to speed through it. Just see when I'm done writing it. Now the first test is completely passed. I've written the second test as well. You can find it in the source code, but this is basically what it does. It does the same thing as the first test, but with this time instead of using the left, we're using the right and we're returning true. So that's it. Let's go ahead and run the second test as well. So as we can see, the second test is also passing. I've So both the first and the second are passing. Let's go ahead and close this up. That's it for our domain layer. However, now remember that with an onboarding, how an onboarding works is we have, say, 2 or more screens. So we have the first screen, user swipes, or automatically it swipes for them. However way you want to handle it. In our case, the user will swipe on it, they see the next screen, and the swipe indicator will move on to the second dot. They see the second screen and it moves on to the third dot. Let me show it to you rather than just trying to explain it by. Yeah, so this is the onboarding. This is how it would work. We swipe. This is a little bit slow because it's on debug mode. And then we can see the next page and we can swipe and we can see the next page. And essentially, each page is similar in the construct. It's got a similar construct. It's got the, excuse me, come on. It's got the first part of it, this part. So, alright, no, that isn't even the first part of it. So the first part is the background. All 3 of them have the same background. When we look here, you see all 3 of them have the same background. So we have the background, then we have this upper part that contains a vector image, and then we have the second part, which is a title. We have the third part, which is the subtitle, and this is the same format. And then we finally have the get started button. This is the format across every single onboarding screen. So for that reason, instead of creating them repeatedly over and over, I actually just wanted to create an entity for them. This entity, I'm going to call that entity a page content. This is just what I'm thinking about in order to make this easier. Now for a page content, it can be either the first page content, the second page content, or the third page content. But then I'm not going to create a model for it because it's just going to be an entity that we're going to use within our UI. Okay? Or we could even ignore creating an entity for that and just create a generic widget for it down here. But no, since it's an entity, it doesn't have anything to do with the widgets. Let's go ahead and create that Dart file in our domain. I'm going to call that a page content. What does a page contain? Basically, essentially, this is what we're asking. This is the question we're trying to answer. So a page content extends equatable. You don't have to make it extend equatable because we don't care if it's equal. I don't think I'm going to be checking its equality, and I don't have to write a test for it because it's simply an entity. So we have our page content constructor. Now, what is a page content going to have? One page is going to have a string image. It's also going to have a string title, and finally, it's going to have a string description. So this is a page content. Now let's go ahead and put those there. Required this dot image, required this dot title, and finally required this dot description. This is what one page would contain, these 3 things. Now, for that reason, we're going to create them in here. So for that, I'm going to create 3 constructors, right? A page content, the first. So we have the first constructor, which means we're in the first page. So if we're in the first page, we're simply going to use page content dot first. So for that, I'm going to use this, meaning create a dis. This is one way to create a constructor. You could also just go ahead and do the factory if you're more familiar with that, but I just prefer doing it this way. So its image will be from res, right? Dot the media res rather. I called it media res. Media res. Wasn't that what I called it? Import it for me, please. Yes, there we go. So we have media res dot casual reading. I think that's what I saved it as. No, it was in vectors rather. Casual reading was the first one, this one. And then the second one was, let me find it. It was either casual meditation. No, that's not the second one. Actually, yes, it was this one, casual life. And then the third one was casual Yes, it was this one, casual meditation signs. So let's go ahead and use all three of them to paint our screen. So the first one will simply be that. Its title will be brand new curriculum. I can see it in the UI design that I have over here. So you can just look at your UI design and do this if you've got one from your client. This is the first online education platform designed by the world. No, I need an apostrophe. So I'm going to change this to a double stroke world. You might ask, why don't I like using the double quotes over here? It's because the very good analysis advises to use single quotes. You can see, try using a single quote unless the string contains single quote. So such a case is this, where we have a single quote inside the text, inside the string. You're advised to use a single quote to quote the entire string. Else, if you've got this already, then you can change it to a double quote. So this is the first online education platform designed by the world's top professors. I'm no professor though. We need a space. You can see it even the text when I'm missing a space. So we can go ahead and create the second one. I'm still inside of this, so I have to exit this. Constant page content second. This would have image being media res dot casual life. Title will be brand a fun atmosphere. And its description will be, let me copy that directly from the UI, or maybe I'm just going to use the same thing over and over. Let me just use the same description over and over. Just change the titles. Constant. You can come up with whatever you want for the descriptions. I don't have the energy to come up with new stuff. This image will be media res casual meditation. Let me see if I can reference casual meditation signs without. No, I can't. I have to type media res first. Meditation signs, the signs one. Remember, title will be easy to join the lesson, and its description will be the same. The other three. So now we've got our little entity. We're not going to be using the entity in the communication between the layers. So I'm actually just, oh sorry, I should put this into a directory called entities. Put that in there. Refactor that, and page content, create one missing override. We can create this and use all three of them. So the image, the title, and the description are the same, then we know that we're in the same page content. So I can close this up, save these, and that's it for the domain layer. So the domain layer done. Now we're moving on to the data layer. So from here we move on to close up the call and create a domain layer in here. So new data file. We're going to start from the repository. I'm going to call that the data onboarding repo implementation dot. That's a long name. You can type that out if you want to. Type out the full stuff if you want to. I prefer not to. So I'm simply going to write out my repository implementation plus onboarding repo impl. Implements, as it states, is an implementation. So remember, if you're confused whether in the repository implementation whether you're implementing or extending, don't worry, wait, sorry. I need to create an entity, new directory, entities. Push this in there. So as I was saying, if you're wondering in your repository implementation, if you're extending, what am I doing? Oh my, I need some rest. I need to rest. I'm pretty tired. Repos, not entities, refactor. So as I was saying before I interrupted myself severally, if you're wondering whether to implement or extend a particular module, you should look at its name. So mostly the implementations implement what they're implementing. It's as simple as that. So just look if it's got an implementation. For example, we have remote data source implementation. That will always implement. We have the repository implementation. It will always implement. So whenever you're just wondering whether something will implement or extend, just look at the name. So it will implement the onboarding repository, and this will cause us to overwrite two methods, which we've actually done here automatically by clicking on that. Now the onboarding repository implementation will depend on the data source. In this case, we don't have a remote data source because we're not talking to the server. We only have a local data source. Remember, when I was teaching you about data sources before, I told you that we could have different types of data sources. You can go back to the previous video where I talked about clean architecture and TDD and look through that. When we were creating the data sources and the repository implementation, I explicitly stated that you could have a remote data source, a local data source, or whatever type of data source that you've got. So in this case, we have our local data source. So we have this dot local. Sorry about that, data source. Got Python in my fingers using snake case. So we rather want to use the lower camel case. So we have the final onboarding local data source. We will create that, don't worry. It's the local data source. Now, before we implement these, I'm actually going to follow the principles and test them. But before that, we actually want this to be not red. So let's go ahead and create the new Dart file. I'm going to put that in data sources, and in there we have the onboarding local data source. So for that we have a contract, an interface, abstract class, onboarding local data source. And this, my friends, will have a future. Remember, the rest of them have result future, meaning future either failure or. The actual data sources do not have that. They always have the direct types without the failure, because our data sources will be throwing out the errors. These people are they dish out, they're the servers, they dish out. We in the other layers will control, or in the other modules will get those dishes and then convert them or make them more, like fill them up with food and stuff like that, make them beautiful, and then go present them to the customer. So future, so first of all, we're doing for the check first time. So what does the check first time do? Let's go ahead and see. The check first time returns void. No, this is the cache first time. So the cache first timer returns void. So let me close up these tests, close up failures, check, close up this use case. Do we have something else open? No, I don't think so. This is the void cache first timer. It also doesn't take anything in the constructors, so we can go ahead and do that. Onboarding local data source, put that down there, add a space between them, go ahead and do the future bool and we have the check. I don't want to type that out by hand, so I'm going to copy that over. Check if user is first timer, and then we have the class. No, I'm not going to do that yet. We just need the repository implementation to stop screaming at us. So we've created that contract, that interface. We can use that interface in here. So let me go ahead and format this, copy the name of this so that I can create a test file for it. Dart file, no, not Dart file, a new Dart text file, test file. New Dart test file, paste this. We have that. So we start by mocking our dependency, in this case the local data source. So class mock local data source. No, mock onboarding local data src. I'm going to use src because that other one's too long. It extends mock and it implements the onboarding local data source. We start by setting up in our void main, our entry point, we go over to create the dependency or declare the dependency, which will be the onboarding local data source, and we can call that the local data source. And we have, I hope I made it private in here in my actual, yes, I made it private, so that's good. Then we put the actual unit. In this case, the actual unit will be the onboarding repository implementation, which will be the repo implementation. And we can start to set up. And in our setup, we have the local data source initialized, which will be equal to onboarding local data source. No, the mock rather. So it will be the mock onboarding local data source, and we have the repo import, which will be an onboarding repository implementation, which takes a local data source and we automatically give it the local data source that we've just mocked. So finally we get on to writing our test. So how is the test going to work for this one? Let's start with the first group. So our first group, you could actually do some smaller tests if you wish. For example, sometimes you could maybe do some tests like should be a subclass. This isn't necessary, but I'm just telling you, you don't have to only do the tests that I've told you to do of onboarding repo. So maybe we're checking to make sure that the implementation is really a subclass of the async of the actual repo. So I don't think this one needs async because we're just checking. It's just a verification. So we can say expect that the expect that the repo implementation is a onboarding repo. Okay. So this should work. We can then go ahead and import this, and we can run this test to see if it runs and if it passes. Hopefully it passes. It should pass, not hopefully. It should pass. And we can see that it actually passes. Test has passed. So, but that's not necessary. This is just me just being someone who does too much, basically. So we have the cache first timer method. We're going to test it twice. We're going to test it for failure and also test it for success. So the first test will be for success, because success always comes first. So should complete successfully. We're doing complete successfully because it returns void. So we can't say should return void if, no, I just prefer to say should complete successfully. You could also just say should return a write null something. It should return write data, but I don't like doing it that way, so I prefer to say just should complete successfully when called to local source is successful. And then we have this, which will be async. I'm going to say that when the local data source dot hash first timer dot then answer and say, oh, I dislike this automatic invocation that gets sent to me. So async, remember that the local data source will not return us a future either, because the local data source returns us directly a type, and in this case it's a future void. So we can't say write null. So because we're stubbing the local data source response, so we're going one level higher. You can go back to the previous video and watch the test for the repository implementation where I explain it better. But over here, I'm going to pretend that you've already seen that video, that part of this video. It's part of this same video. So I'm going to pretend, or it's part of this same course, this particular course. It's not a different course. So I'm going to pretend you've seen that part already. It comes before this part. And then I'm going to continue and say future.value, because we just want it to return a future.value, which is successful. It means there was no errors. Just return us a future.value. Now we go ahead and act. Our results will be await the repo implementation .cache first timer. So we'll go ahead and act by calling the function that we're testing. So this is the function that we're testing, cache first timer, and then we assert, meaning we check the things that we need to check. So first we need to check that it completed successfully. Okay, how do we check that? We check if the results that are returned is equal to a write of type dynamic on the left and void on the right, and it returns null, because when it's future value we will always return null on our in our thingy. And then we verify that the local data source .cache first timer actually got called, and we verify verify no more interactions with the local source. Forgot to add that. We can run this test and expect that our test will fail. So this is the red phase. Red phase, and we can see why we call that the red phase, because we've got a red unimplemented error. We can go in there and change it to the green phase by making sure that that test passes. So how do we make the test pass? This is what test-driven development is about. You write a test and then you try to code in a way that will make the test pass. When you succeed in that, then you should be sure that your code is solid and your code works properly. How do we make this test pass? Our test says that when the local data source cache first timer gets called, then the answer will be a future value. Now, when you're checking to write your code according to your test, you come to this part, the assertion part, where you assert and say, this is what I want my code to do. Right, so what do we want our code to do? After it returns a future.value, we were expecting that it will return a write dynamic void null. Let's go ahead and do that. So first of all, and finally, we actually want to verify that the local source .cache first timer got called. So in order to make these two things pass, let's go ahead and verify that the local data source .cache first timer got called. Right? After it gets called, we want to make sure that the result it returns, that the result this function will return will be, so the result we're expecting is from the repo implementation .cache first timer, not the local data source .cache first timer. So we're expecting that because we've already stopped the response of the local data source's cache first timer. So now we're saying that we want to make sure that this person will return a write null. So we return a write null. Now that is after we await for this. Even if you forget to await for this and you run the test actually won't pass. Let me see. Import dot. So the test actually won't pass until you await for this. So this is also another area where testing helps us. So let's go ahead and, so as I was saying, this actually won't work unless you wait for that. So if we remove the async, even the compiler is even screaming, right? Because it's future. So we have to add that async. If it wasn't written as a future, then the test wouldn't pass. Async await, and we wait for that, and we return a write null. We add a constant, we run the test, and that's it. Nice. So we close this bit out, and sorry, I've closed out the test. Go back, yes. And then we write the second test. So remember, do not write more than your test needs to pass. You can notice over here that I haven't wrapped this in a try and catch the error, because I haven't written for errors yet. So until you write the test for the error, then you pattern your code. You write your code, you pattern your code in such a way that it will make the test pass. So it should return a cache failure when called to local source is unsuccessful. Now we can go ahead and stop it, and we can say that when local data source dot cache first timer gets called, dot then throw a cache exception. This cache exception will have a message of saying maybe insufficient storage. And you can notice how it doesn't force me to put a status code, because that's how I've built it. I built it such that the status code is by default 500 because it comes from us, basically. So we don't need to give it a status code. So final result, or no, the final result will be equal to await repo implementation dot cache first timer. Now this will go and call the local data source dot cache first timer, and we're expecting that this person throws an error. Now after that person throws an error, we expect that the actual result from the repository implementation will be a constant left. On the left it will return a cache failure. A cache failure. And on the right it can return anything at once, in this case a void. So we go ahead and open this up, close this part, and it will rather return a cache failure with message, where message is insufficient storage, and its status code will be 500, which is the default status code. We can actually even go to the cache failure and make this automatically 500. So let me go ahead and remove the constant and see if this works. It works. This cache failure is no longer a constant because we had an assertion in the parent. Exceptions. Now we're back in the red phase with our test. With this particular test, let's go ahead and verify that remember, you can always just come here and copy this if you're feeling lazy, as I am. Just go there, copy that and paste it, because it's always the same between the success and the failure, the verification, the call. So we're just verifying that this gets called. So we can come here and wrap this in a try catch to make that test pass. We can try catch. You can see it actually throws the exception, but it's unknown, it's unhandled because we aren't handling it. So that's how we make the test pass. We handle the exception. So we handle it by saying that on cache exception, because what we're expecting for this entire module is only a cache exception, because we're not talking to the server. If we were talking to the server, we could have a cache exception and also have maybe a server exception. So we could have both of them and listen for both of them. In this case, we only have a cache exception. So when there's a cache exception, we want to return a cache failure, which will carry the we catch. So on cache exception, we catch the exception as E, and we can say e.message and e.status code. That should work. What is your problem? A value of type cache failure can't be returned from this. Oh, sorry. I have to wrap it in a left. So it should return a left cache failure. That. So we can rerun the test and see that the test will pass. Yes. So the repository implementation is done. Let's go ahead and build out the local data source. Now moving on onto the data source, let's open up the data source and let's go ahead and create the data source implementation, which is what we're going to be writing the test on. So we have a class onboarding local data source implementation. I'm simply going to shorten this src impl extends this, copy this bit, open this up, then we go ahead and create the constructor. So const hyper copied, yes, I copied that, and we can say this dot. Over here, we're depending on the shared preferences because we're using shared preferences to cache the data. The final shared preferences prefs. I hope I added this. Shared pref. Didn't I add shared prefs? Did I? Think I did. No, I did. Yes, shared prefs. So, let me just import that at the top. Import shared pref. Yes, I did. So it's right there, but shared preferences prefs. We can simply override. Let's not override that by hand. Let's go ahead and create two missing overrides. That's easier. Flutter already takes care of that for us. Then let's go ahead and write the tests to make these pass. Now for this much, I'm going to copy the name, and then I'm also going to create a new Dart test file from the file. Remove the Dart. Paste. So I can see class mock shared preferences extends mock implements shared preferences. So now we can control how the shared preferences works. Mocktail. We have our entry point void main, and we can have our late shared preferences prefs. We can have the late actual unit, which is the onboarding local data source. We have the local data source, and now we can set up. Now we have the prefs, which will be equal to the mock shared preferences, and we have the data source, which will be equal to the onboarding local data source, and it takes the prefs. import this. Oh, sorry, it's the implementation rather. So the onboarding local data source implementation, which takes the prefs. We can set that up. Now, how do we want this to work? So let's create our first group of cache first timer. We close this up, open this up. Now our first test will be testing to make sure that it should call shared preferences to cache the data. Async, add a comma, format the file. Yes. So we're testing to make sure that we should call the shared preferences to cache the data. So how are we going to do that? So we can stub the shared preferences and say that when the mock shared preferences dot set bool, because this is how we're going to be doing it, but we need to call set bool with any at all. So it needs a boolean. So when we call set bool with any, we don't want to register any fallback value, right? Because I told you that primitive dart types do not need to be registered, at least in my experience. I don't know if that applies even to a lot of the other primitive data types, but I've so far used strings, integers without registering them, and they work. But the moment you introduce a non-primitive data type, like a class that you've defined yourself as a param or an argument, it then requires of you to register a fallback value for that. So in this case, it's going to take any key. So when we're setting the bool, it needs the key and the value. So the key will be any key that we pass to it, and the value will be any value that we pass to it. So the key will be a string, and the value will be an integer. So a value, a bool. I must be very hungry if I can't remember what I'm saying. So the answer, which should rather be invocation async, and it should say true. What's wrong? Oh, you see what I mean? I really need to eat. I really need to eat. This is becoming a problem. But wait, the local data source dot cache first timer verify refs dot set bool. So we're verifying that the set boolean function was used. So we want to force ourselves to use the set boolean function. And when we verify that, we want to make sure that they called set bool with the correct key. What is our key going to be when we're caching the first timer? Let's go ahead and save that in a constant file. So let's go over to our core folder and go into, I think I want to save that in the utils, or no, in the utils, and then create a constant. So core, I think I already have utils. Let me open core. Yes, utils. Inside of this place we have, I'm actually just going to create a constant. Should I save it there though? Or maybe it would actually be better to save this directly in my repository, in my data source rather, in my local data source. Save it at the top. So that way it's just a constant that's specific to this. Yeah, I think that's a better option. So at the top here, we could say const k first timer key will be equal to the first timer. That's the name of the key. That's the key we're going to use. So we want to make sure that the set bool was called with the first timer key, and its value was cache first timer will be true. So wait, is it going to be true or false? So when we cache a first timer, we want to set the thing to false, meaning that they're no longer a first timer. So the key tells us if they're a first timer or not. So I rather want to use false rather than true. So We cache the first time and we set the value to false, and we verify no more interactions with the prefs. We verify that we're no longer calling prefs. I think this should work. I don't know if prefs keeps getting called or something after we do that. But let me go ahead and we know that when I run this test it won't pass. So let me just go ahead and implement this instead of repeatedly calling a test I know will not pass. So we await, and over here we async. We await for prefs.setBall, and it will be k first timer key, and its value will be false. So let's go ahead and run that test and see if it passes. Onboarding repository, close, exceptions close, onboarding repo close. Yes, let's go ahead and run this and see if it passes. Yes, so this passes. So we are verifying that the set ball got called, and we're expecting, or making sure that we didn't have any more interactions with the prefs. We can't save the results or check if it exists in the memory. You can go ahead and do that and check and maybe fetch and maybe use prefs. You can do that by check if it's actually saved. You can do that by doing something like final data will be equal to prefs dot get ball, and you can use the k first timer key, and you can expect that results. Save some results. You can expect that the result is not null. Do we have something like it's not null? No, we don't have that. Or we can just expect that the result equal to false. So let's go ahead and run that and make sure that this gets saved. I don't think that would pass. Yeah. So the actual was null because the prefs.getBall so after setting the boolean, we make sure that setBall got called. But when we actually check if a prefs.getBall, it actually does not return anything at all. So yeah, I'm not sure shared preferences caches in a test, so it doesn't actually cache it anywhere. So there's no point trying to do this because there's nowhere to pull it out from. So this wouldn't work. So we just have to be satisfied with the fact that the set ball was called and verify no more interactions was called, and then we can fall back or rely on the repository implementation test to make sure that if something happens or if the saving failed, we can trust shared preferences to throw an error, and we can expect that our repository implementation receives that error, receives that exception, creates a failure out of it, and then moves it all the way down to our UI, and the user can see that the caching failed, or we as the programmers can see that the caching failed. So this is why clean architecture is so beautiful. So even in cases such as this, when we don't have access to see inside of the shared preferences to make sure that it always works, we can depend on the other layers to handle cases where it does not work. So let's go ahead and continue with our test. So next up, we can go ahead and write our test to check to make sure. So test should throw rather a hash exception when there is an error caching the data. So when there's an error caching the data, we can trust that an error will be thrown. So that's async, comma. What is your problem? We add that thingy over there. And we can check to make sure that when prefs.setBall any then throw a random exception, because it will throw an exception, not our exception. When setBall fails, it will throw generic exception. So now we actually want to make sure that the final call, so remember when we're testing for errors in the data source rather, we do not save it to a result. We rather save the call. So this is the method call. We save that method call and it's the local data source dots cache first timer without the invocation. We do not invoke it. We save the call to a variable, and then in our test, in our assertion, expect, we then call the call. That sounds funny. We call the call. So we can expect that the method call throws a is a cache exception. With the message, no, this isn't how is a works. So we're testing to make sure that it throws a is a cache exception. So we're making sure that it throws some sort of cache exception. We don't care what the message is. So you can do this way, which would work, or I'm going to show you another way, which we've already used. We've already used the other one when we check if a higher order function calls it. Prefs.setBall k first time. We're making sure that this got called false, and it got called with false, and it got called once. Dot called once. And we also want to verify that there was no more interactions with the prefs. So now when we run this test, it should work. Everything should work. Let me see, hopefully. Oh yeah, we haven't handled that exception yet. So let's go ahead and handle the exception. Where is it? So we can try catch this. So you can try. Where is my onboarding local data source? We can try and put this in here, and then we can catch any exception at all. And when that happens, we're going to throw a cache exception with the e.toString. Let's run the test one more time. Yes, and that works. So one other way that we can actually write this test would be to make it such that if a higher order function calls the method call, we invoke it, you can see this is the same as doing that other thingy, right? So when you do it this way and you have the analysis options on, the analysis options will suggest that you replace the function literal with a tear off. So this means that when a higher order function calls the method call and invokes it, we can replace it with simply a tear off by just putting this in, and expect will notice that it's a method call saved in a variable, and it will use the higher order function and call it for us. So we can see that the analysis options linter suggests that we do it this way with a tear off, as it's called, bloody tear off. So let's go ahead and write the test for the next one. Now the next one would be the check if user is first timer. So let's go ahead and do the check if user is first timer part. For the check if user is first timer, I'm going to close this group hop, open a different group, write that out, check if user is first timer. Now for this, let's go ahead and start the first test. Now our test is testing to see if it should call the shared preferences to check if the user is a first timer. Now that's not all. We're also checking to make sure that it does this and it will oh my, what? I hit enter and that went in there. And return. Could you stop, please? Stop doing that. And return the right response. from storage when data exists. So remember that we don't only have a true or false case, we also have a case where the data is actually not, where the data does not exist. We haven't cached the user yet. So when the application starts, we're checking if the user is a first timer. If they're a first timer, how do we know they're a first timer? It's basically if the data does not exist in the storage. Right, so at that point the data does not exist. So let's go ahead and add a comma over here, and then so that's our test. We're testing that it should call to make sure that it calls the shared preferences, and also check if the returned response is the proper one. So when we call prefs.getBall with anything at all, then return false. Unnecessary use, yeah, my bad. So in this case, we're stubbing this and saying that whenever I check to see if there's a boolean, we're making sure, because in this particular test, we're testing in a case where the data exists. So in this case, the data actually exists. So we're going to do that, and we can act and say final results will be equal to await for the local data source dot check if user is a first timer, and we can expect that the result is false. Okay, so this should verify that the prefs.getBall got called with the k first timer key, and then we verify no more interactions with the prefs. So we run this and it will fail because we have an unimplemented use case. Okay, so how are we going to make this test pass? So this test is checking to expect that when we call this and it returns true, because we've already forced it to return a value, and it must not be null. So something exists actually. So when we call that, we're expecting to make sure that it's false. So what are we writing? What are we going to do to fulfill this test? We're going to make sure that the result will return a boolean, and we're also going to make sure that we call the getBall. So we're going to do both of those things. Where I think this has to await. I'm not sure if it's a future. Let me see. Refs.getBall. Is it a future? Yeah, it's not a future. So we can use k first timer key, and we can return its value. But you can see that this is nullable. So getBall is nullable. So we have to save this somewhere. Final results equal to this. Now we can check if results is not equal to null. Return results. Now this would, what is your problem? Oh, I need to add async. Yes, so this would make the test pass, but it wouldn't make our function compile. It won't let our function compile because we're checking if the result is not equal to null, then return result. What if it's not? So what are we going to do? We haven't written the test for that yet. So, but remember that I told you that you only have to write the code rather to make the test pass. So in this case, we're rather going to do something similar as well. Okay, so in order to make all of these pass, we're essentially going to set this to true if it's null. So if there's no value in the storage, if it returns null, so basically if this is null, let's say if this is equal to null, let me put this in code so you understand what I'm saying. So if result is equal to null, yeah, we will return true. Else, no need for an else, since the first one will return it, will return the function, so it will exit the function basically. So if that's not true, then we want to return the result, which in our case could either be true or false. Okay, so we can put this all in one line and just simply return the beauty of Dart. So in this case, we can just simply return prefs.getBall, and if it's null, we'll return true. So this will do the same thing, but in one line. Now, let's go ahead and run the test again. So this time the test has passed. Let's go ahead and write the next test. So now the next test, where is it? Close. The next one test should return true. If there is no data in storage. So we've already written the code for that because we were forced to, because the function wouldn't compile if we didn't do that. So you can actually join this into the other function, into the other test, and write them in the same test so that you could just write the code in one, but I'm going to split them up. So when the prevs.getBall gets called with any key at all, then return, we want to return null. So in that case, nothing was saved yet. So the final result will be equal to await. Let me go ahead and copy this entire thing. So we want to get the result and make sure, and we expect that it will be true because there's nothing in the storage. Okay, so let's go ahead and run the test. It should also pass because we've already written the code for that. When it's null, we want to return true. Yes, that also works. Finally, let's go ahead and test when there's a failure. So test should throw a cache exception when there is no error, an error rather. Now I'm going to split this into the next line. Retrieving the data. Async, put these, close that up, format the file, open this bit, and we arrange. So we stub and we go ahead and say that when the prevs.getBall gets called with any key, then throw a random exception. And then the call, we save the call and we say local data source dot check if user is first timer without the invocation, and we can expect that the call, we can rename this a method call. At this point method call is too long, so I'm just going to go on with call. So that the call will throw a, and what is it going to throw? What it's going to throw, we want to make sure that whatever it throws is going to be throws a takes an invocation. So we want to make sure that this call will throw a, and what is it going to throw? It's going to throw is a cache exception. And that's it. And then we verify. We can simply copy this one. We can .called once. We can also .called once over here to make sure that it only got called once. We can copy these then, paste them here, and we're set. This will fail because we're still in the red phase. We haven't written the implementation for this. So let's see that that fails, and then we go ahead and yes, it fails because we've got an uncaught error. So try to return this. If it fails, catch whatever it throws and throw a cache exception of the message e.toString. Boom. So the data source has been completed. Yes, so that's our data source completed. Let's close up the test. Close up the test folder. We've written our first test, our first featured test. And next up, where I'm going to move into the presentation layer. So that's it for the domain and the data layers. Let's go ahead, come back into our presentation layer. For our BLoC, we go into the presentation layer, create a new directory, call that Qubit. We're using the Qubit instead of the BLoC because for me it's a lot simpler and I don't want to do any complex stuff. So I'm going with a Qubit. So creating the Qubit directory, and then I go with the BLoC plugin and go to Qubit class using equatable, create an onboarding Qubit. Don't add them to version control. Let's see what our Qubit looks like. Now in here, new directory, views. The onboarding screen should go into views. So yeah. Then in our state, let's start from the state then. So we've got onboarding initial. Let's move the override in here so that every other person does not need to explicitly state it. So we can just go ahead and do the onboarding initial constructor class. Now what states are we going to have? Where we're going to have, first of all, the loading states. What loading states do we have? We have cache first time user, so its loading state will be caching first timer, sends onboarding state, and we have the constant caching first timer. Our second functionality is the checking if user is first timer. So checking if user is first timer extends onboarding state, and we also constant paste boom. Then finally we have our success states. So if the user is cached successfully, we have class cached user cached extends onboarding state, constant user cached, and then we have a class checking. So this will be the class after we get the result of whether the user is a first timer or not. So what should we call this? What would be a good name to call this? I don't want to say something like user is first timer, because a user could either be first timer or not, or an older user. So a better name would be something like, so I'm thinking something like onboarding status. Sends onboarding state. So we have the constant onboarding status. We have this dot is first timer. And we can have final ball is first timer. Sorry, list objects, I think. So this time it's a ball, so there's no point even doing object. So I could just go ahead and do ball. List ball get props. And we have the it's first timer. Come on, auto complete it for me. No, it didn't. So you can also see our linter is screaming at us saying that Boolean params should be named parameters. So let's go ahead and make that a named parameter. So required this dot is first timer. And that's that. And finally we have our error. So usually in the BLoC or in your Qubit state, the error only has one state unless you explicitly want to have different errors for every single functionality. Generally, we only have one error. So in this case, onboarding error. So there was an error while onboarding the user. Then go ahead and onboarding state. And in this case, constant onboarding error this dot message final string message, and we override the list. This time it's string get props message. The reason why over here I'm letting it be an object is because we don't know the type. So if we had more than one types in here, so if we also had maybe an integer or a string type, then it can't just be a list of balls, because now we're having another type in there. So if I had integer age, for example, and I put that age in here, then this wouldn't work because it's expecting a list of balls, not a list of balls and integers. So in that case, you can either use dynamic or object. And in the case of the object, we usually make it nullable in case if we had any nullable values in here. So if we had a nullable value and we made an object just like that, you can see it also errors out because integer is nullable. The age rather is nullable, but our object is not considering nullable. So let's go ahead and change. Yep, I think that's it. Yes. So that's that for our state. Let's go ahead and implement the Qubit itself. Now, back in our Qubit, we're going to make this a constant, and we've got our onboarding Qubit, onboarding state as a state of Qubit. Now, what use cases do we need? We need the cache first timer use case, and it's going to be a cache first timer. Final check if user is first timer, and we name that check if user is first timer. Then we can come over here, since they're private, we create required check if user is first timer, check if user is first timer, and we have required cache first timer, and then finally in our constructor we initialize them. So the underscore cache first timer will be equal to the cache first timer that we've taken in the constructor, and the underscore, the private check if user is first timer, will be equal to the public check if user is first timer that we've exposed in the constructor. This is our setup. We're done with the setup. Let's go ahead and create the block. So I'm not going to write the test for this Qubit because I've already written the test for the other Qubit which we used in the demonstration application. So you can go back to that and follow suit with that. It's basically the same thing, but I will be writing tests for any other Qubit that does not exactly pattern to that other Qubit that we've used. But this one is basically going to be the same thing as the other one, just with different functionalities. So let's go ahead and just write the block. Cache first timer, async, await, cache first timer. However, that doesn't mean that you won't get the test code. I will actually write the test and put it in the test folder. You can get it from the source code, but I'm not going to put that in the video. Else, if I keep writing every test on the video, then the video will be super long. So we have two sides. We have the left and the right. So on the left we have a failure. It means something went wrong. So if something goes wrong, we can. I don't think if something goes wrong we want to emit an error state. If something goes wrong, actually, how about if something goes wrong, we rather emit an onboarding status, and rather we put it as first timer true. So if something goes wrong with the caching, oh sorry, this is for the cache first timer, not for the check if user is first timer. So when we're caching the first timer and there's an error, we actually want to display that error. So we can go ahead and use the onboarding error, and the message will be the failure or error message. The error message, remember, is a combination of both of them. So I'm going to close this bit out. Sorry, that's a comma. And then for the success, when it's successfully cached the first timer, that's going to return void. So we don't need its value. So over here we can just say user cached. So that way we know that the user has been successfully cached. We can replace that with a constant, add a comma, and that's it. Now we move on to the future void check if user is first timer async, and we await. So final, let's save that to a result, is equal to await check if user is first timer. We invoke it because our use cases have a call inside of them, so the call will let us just invoke the entire class as a callable. Then we go ahead and see result.void, and we have a failure. Now, if we've got a failure while we're checking if the user is a first timer, so let's assume that something has gone wrong in the local cache. So if there's a failure, then instead of showing the user that we couldn't retrieve their information from the cache, that would be shameful on our part. Let's just go ahead and set their first timer to true, because there was an error getting their data from the local data source. So let's just go ahead and set them to true so that we can directly push them to do the onboarding again, so that they can go through that process and then we can save it this time. We can store their value this time properly if there was an issue storing it the previous time. So failure, we can emit. Let me see. Hope I was emitting. I wasn't even emitting. Oh my. So we emit, and we emit this state. Else we emit this state. Over here we emit rather onboarding status, not state, and its first timer will be true. So they're a first timer because we couldn't find their information because there was some error. Else, if we actually get an answer, so status, let's call that status because it's going to be a bool, I think. Yes, a bool. So we can emit constant onboarding status, and its first timer will be the status. We can remove the constant, and that should fix the red squiggly. So you can go ahead and write the test for this, or do you know what? Let's write the test for it. But after this, I'm not doing that again for simpler qubits. So let's go ahead and copy path or reference onboarding qubit, new Dart test file, paste the onboarding qubit.dart, hit enter, cancel this. What are fonts? So I'm actually going to speed through this part. So we no, let me save that up. And then we also have our second one, mock. What is it going to be? Mock cache. No, check if user is first timer, and that extends mock, and it implements. What does it implement? Implements check if user is first timer. And that's the use case. We can go ahead and void main our way into this, and we can let cache first timer, and we can save that to cache first timer. We also have the check if user is first timer. We can save that to check if user is first timer. Add that late behind it. Then we go ahead and we set up. So we also need our BLoC itself, the unit that we're testing. So for the unit we're testing is the onboarding qubit. And the onboarding qubit will have onboarding qubit. So for the setup, we cache first timer. It will be equal to the cache first timer. No. I've made a mistake. It's meant to be the mock version of it, rather. Mock cache first timer. Check if user is first timer. We make it equal to the mock version of check if user is first timer. Then finally, our onboarding qubit will be equal to the actual onboarding qubit, not a mock version. And we take our params, our arguments, and pass them in. So let's go ahead and start. So the first test in your qubit will always be the test that checks if that the initial state should be onboarding initial. We close this up. We open this up, and we expect that the onboarding qubit or state is equal to an onboarding initial. Add a constant modifier. Run the test. Now this test will pass because the onboarding initial actually is extending the onboarding state, and the onboarding state is in turn extending equatable. So the states are actually equatable. So this test will then pass because the current state, which is a different onboarding initial, is equal to this onboarding initial we've created. Because when we do this, we're essentially creating a new onboarding initial state, a new instance of it. It's not the same as what we have in the state over here, because in the state, in the actual state over here, this is it. We're also initializing a different one. This is what we have when we do the onboarding qubit.state. This is what we get. This is what we've initialized over here. It's not the same as what we have here. This is a different instantiation. So how are they the same? How does this equate them as the same and our test passes? Because we're extending equatable at the core, at the base of it. So this is the importance of value quality in Dart. Let's go ahead and start with the first group. The first group will be the cache first timer. And cache first timer, close this up. Cache first timer will have tests. No, BLoC test. Let's rather use the BLoC test. Where are you? BLoC test. Yes, BLoC test. So the subject block will be the onboarding qubit. And we have onboarding state. So that should fix that. What is your problem? So when we build, we want to, first of all, the description though should emit. What do we emit? So when we're actually, we've made a silly mistake in our onboarding qubit as well. Over here, when we're caching the first time, before we start, we want to emit a state caching first timer for us to know that we're caching the first timer. Constant modifier. Yes. And over here, when we're checking if the user is a first timer, we want to emit checking if user is first timer. We can save that much. So for the cache first timer, we should expect that it should emit this caching first timer and then user cached when successful. So let's go ahead and mimic a success. And how do we do that? We use the mocktail when. When we do the cache first timer use case, and we call that without any params, without any arguments rather, and we say dot then answer us with an asynchronous write invocation, and it will be of type null because it returns void. We close this up. I might need to add some comma over there for this format to look pretty, and then we'll return the qubit that we have at the top. No, stop. What onboarding qubit? Let me rename that to just simply qubit. So shift F6 and we type in qubit. Boom. So we can return the qubit, and that's it. So for the acting, we have the qubit, and for our acting, we're simply going to oh my qubit dot cache first timer. What is the problem? Why isn't this working though? Have I not imported Flutter BLoC test? Import BLoC test. So cache first timer. Then we have the expect what we expect, and I don't think we explicitly need to state the type in the list because it will always be those. So we're expecting that first off we have the caching first time. Let me make that a constant, caching first timer. And lastly, we have a constant user cached. We can go ahead and just make the entire list a constant and remove a constant in all of them. So let's go ahead, remove unnecessary const keywords everywhere in file. And then finally, we verify. And how do we verify? This will give us the block which we don't care about. So we go ahead and we verify that the cache first timer was indeed called, and it was called without any argument, and it was called once. And we verify no more interactions with the cache first timer use case. And that's it. So go ahead and run the test. And as you can see, it passes. Close up the group. Go to the next group. Check if user is first timer. Close that up. No, we're actually not even done with this. Oh my. So the second one, I don't want to just copy that over, but you can just go ahead and do that. I'm so lazy to write tests today. So we can just copy this bit, copy this. Oh my. Paste it here. And for the description, should emit a caching first timer. So when we're caching the first timer and there's an issue, what do we emit? We emit an onboarding error when unsuccessful. So for the build method, let's close this up first. Save this much. Add the build, and for the build, we're actually going to say that when a higher order function calls the cache first timer with no arguments dot then answer with a left, and we reply with a server failure, sorry, not a cache failure. And this cache failure will simply say insufficient permissions, and its status code will be like probably 405, 404 or something. Or we could even decide to be more specific and go with a 4032 error, where a 403 error indicates that 403 will indicate that we've got a forbidden error, and then the 2 will make it more clear that we're forbidding because we have insufficient storage permissions. So let's save that. What is your problem? Cache failure. Then answer cache failure, blah blah blah. So wait, I think I've made a mistake. Where is the cache failure? Cache failure starts from here and then to there. Then answer. No. What have I done? Well, let's take this back. So we have this. So when cache first timer gets called with no arguments, then answer async left cache failure with the message as insufficient storage permission, and the status code will be a 4032 error. Boom, done, dusted. Let me see, can you fit on one line? No, you can't. And then finally, after we do the when, where does it end? Let's close this up here. After the when, we return the qubits. Go ahead and move to the next line where we act. For the action, we get the qubit, and we try qubit.cache first timer. And that's a comma, not a semicolon. And we expect. And what states do we expect? We expect, remember that the states actually need to be in order. So if you're expecting that the caching first, so what we're essentially doing here is expecting that this gets called before the next state. So if we put onboarding error first before the caching first timer, which is the loading state, then this test will actually fail, because what you're doing in here is essentially saying to the framework, I'm expecting that the first thing that gets emitted when we call this function, when we call this method from the Qubit, I'm expecting that the first thing that gets called is the first thing I put in the expect list. So if you put caching first timer, meaning that for the first one you're expecting a loading state. And if you put the onboarding error first, it means that you're expecting the error state before you expect the loading state, which is wrong. So let's go ahead and do this. So essentially the error that we will be expecting will be the insufficient blah blah blah. So let's go ahead. I could just save this failure so we can use it multiple times. So let me go up top and save it. So constant test failure will be equal to that. We can save that, but it's not a constant, so we can make it final. See if that works. Yes, that works. And we can just gently put that failure in here, T failure. So when we get the T failure, we're essentially expecting that the message will be the T failures dot error message. And laziness about. We save this much. So that's my expectations being fulfilled. We can copy the verify, and we verify by copy pasting. This is it. So let's run that test, and while that runs, let's go ahead and write the next test. So test should emit, checking if user is first timer, and then finally emit a onboarding status when successful. And for this, we expect this, we break this, break mate. So we break that off. We go ahead, give me a bit. We're using a test. Sorry about that. It should rather be a BLoC test. So where does my test start from? We go ahead and use a BLoC test rather. So its description will be this. Its build will be that, comma, close. And for the BLoC test, we want to still use the onboarding Qubit. Let me paste that down here. Also start a different BLoC test so I don't have to copy paste a second time, this time for the failure. But let's close that bit up. So over here, when check if user's first timer gets called, then answer. And we have our invocation, async. We answer with something. So let me go ahead and copy this build. And we return the Qubit. So I copy this and we paste it in the second test for the failure. This part also needs a description, so it should emit checking if user is first timer, and then finally emit an onboarding error. Close it up when when unsuccessful. Put a comma, save this much, but then for you we'll return a right null. No, it's not actually a null. Return a right bool. So in this case, true or false. The user isn't a first timer. So false, the user is not a first timer. So at trailing comma, save. No, this shouldn't be any trailing commas here. You can just add a constant. Don't want you to be on the next line. Could you stop, please? We do this and we return the right false. Put this back in here. Add that comma. Split. Come on, mate, split. But is it because of this? So let me comment this out. I think this is causing the... Yeah, it was causing the formatter not to format properly because I had an improper syntax over there. So we return the Qubit, then finally we act. Let me add a new line, act. And for acting, we add act with a Qubit. We say Qubit.check if user is first timer, with a comma rather. And then we expect that when a higher order function returns the list, that list will actually include the checking if user is first timer, which will be a constant, paste. And finally, let me see, should the onboarding status also be a constant? Onboarding status, in this case it should be false. Yeah, so it has to be a constant. We can remove this from here, rather paste it there. And then we verify. Verify. We don't need that Qubit. Let's add a comma. we verify that actually check if user's first timer got called with no arguments, and it got called only once. And we verify no more interactions with the check if user's first timer use case. And that's it for that test. And then lastly, we have this test. So we can go ahead, copy this over, paste it here, comment this bit out, uncomment this bit rather, we're on commenting that bit. We get the T failure, which is also speaking about storage permissions. You've got no storage permissions, and over here we're expecting that when we call this, it will return us an onboarding error. And it will be the T failure dot error message. And over here we're expecting that this gets called once, and we have no more interactions with the check if user is first timer. We have some errors. No, there's an error, syntax error. What have I done wrong? Yeah, it can't be a constant, so only you get to be a constant. And we have an issue. We expected to see checking if user is first timer, and then we get an onboarding error, but actually we got checking if user is first time, and we got the onboarding status with true. So what have we done? We've omitted a fallacy. So this is what we expected, but what was actually omitted: when check if user is first timer is called, uses the left failure, and we expected to see an error message, but we actually got true. No, I know why, because in my BLoC, in my Qubit, when the check if user is first timer, when there's an error, you can see that we would rather emit an onboarding status with first timer to be true rather. So that's rather what we should be doing. So instead of onboarding error, we're expecting an onboarding status true. So onboarding status true. So its first timer will be true. So we can just simply add a constant here, remove the constant from here, and run this test. So that's done it for us. Now next up, where I'm going to start with dependency injection. So we have to go find our injection container in the core services, close down the test. So we can go into services, new data file. We can go and create the injection container. Cancel. So we start by creating the getIt instance. So final SL, meaning service locator, is equal to getIt.instance. We import the getIt. If you can't find it because your Android Studio is messing with you, you can go ahead and import it at the top. And we have the future void init async. Now, what is the? Remember, we always start from the very top, from the BLoC, from the state manager into layer state manager. So the state manager that you use for interlayer communication for the particular feature you're writing for. So this feature that we're writing for is the onboarding feature. Now, what we're going to do first is for the business logic bizzing s. Right, I can't spell. Great. Business logic goes on, and we start with the SL dot register factory, and we can register factory, which will be the onboarding qubit. Okay, it expects a cache first time use case and a check if user's first time use case. We will replace them with the service locator. Now, we close this up. What is your problem? Format issues, comma, yes. So we go ahead and do the sl.register. This time, after we do register factory for the top one, we go ahead and start registering with lazy singleton for the rest of them. So register for the lazy singleton will be cache first time use case, and it expects a repository. So we're going to replace that with the service locator, and hopefully the service locator will find it when it starts searching for it, because we will initialize it later down the line with a lazy singleton. So we go ahead and do for the next one as well, check if user is first timer. No, not checking if user is first timer, check if user is first timer. And it expects a repository. We close this as well. We go ahead and do the sl.register lazy singleton again. This time we register the dependency for both of them, which is just one dependency, and that will be the repository. So the repository that we have is the onboarding repository, remember. But however, the onboarding repository is an interface, so we can't instantiate it. So we actually have to pass in its implementation rather. Okay, it wants the local data source and we'll put SR. But when this person will start searching, they will be searching for an onboarding repository. Now, when it starts searching for what? For an onboarding repository, we want to give it the onboarding repository implementation. So that's why we state the base type before we put the implementation. The same for the local data source, because it has both an interface and an actual implementation. So we're also saying that register a lazy singleton, and when you start searching for an onboarding local data source, which is an interface, we want you to take this onboarding local data source implementation that we've created for you. The local data source implementation is looking for a shared preference. So if in that case, how we do for shared preferences, let's replace that with SL. Go ahead and try to register for a shared preference. We can go ahead and do register lazy singleton. Register. Oh my, register lazy, yes, lazy singleton. You might think that we could go ahead and do the shared preferences .get instance, but remember that this is a future. So we can't do this in here because we have to wait for this to be initialized. So what I usually do is at the start of my init, I will final prefs will be equal to await shared preferences.get instance, and they can then replace this with the prefs. And that's it. So we await for this to start before we even start doing this. So that way we have one general instance of the shared prefs across our application. You can see this is screaming at me. This is the linter from the analysis options that we've just added, the very good analysis. So it wants us to use the cascade operator, which I taught you how to do in the previous session of this particular course, where we built out that login or user creation and user fetching application with the mock API. So you can go ahead and just select convert to cascade notation, and it will do that for you. So you can go ahead and do that for each one, or you can just go ahead and run dart fix apply, and it will convert everything to cascade notation for you. And that's it. We have our cascaded CSS. Okay, the style sheet, we have our CSS. This time for Dart. So let's go ahead and save this bit. Then we find our main.dart. So in the main.dart, we go ahead and call over here await for init complete. And for that reason, we have to convert this to a future void. We async this, import all services, and because we're awaiting something in the main function, we have to widgets flutter binding to ensure initialize, ensure that every binding has been properly initialized before we move on. So the tests are passing. The data sources is completed, popspec YAML close, local data source, failures, main.dart, onboarding Qubit, Qubit state, onboarding screen, and then finally we can go ahead and start using our Qubit. So what are we going to do? How do we want to handle this case where we completely do this, where we completely check if a user is a first timer before we push them to a particular screen? So I was thinking about handling that in the presentation. Where's my presentation? Yes, in the views. So we have the onboarding screen. So what we're going to do is we will push them to the onboarding screen first. Now, if in here we check if they're a first timer. If they're a first timer, we push them to the login or the dashboard, depending on if they were already logged in or not. So let's go ahead and do that though. So in here we will have to build out, first of all, the user interface. So this user interface will actually though depend on the BLoC. So we're going to use a BLoC listener. Give me my BLoC listener. And for this BLoC listener, where I'm listening to the onboarding Qubit and the onboarding state. Import Flutter BLoC. Really? It doesn't want me to import my Flutter BLoC. We've got a a listener rather. Context state. Oh, Flutter. What is wrong with you, BLoC listener? Why is Android Studio being so annoying? Do I have to go and type it out myself? Really? Fine. So, now that that's done, you can see that in the onboarding screen, we're actually going to be using the onboarding Qubit. So how does this onboarding screen find the onboarding Qubit that it's looking for in the context? Because what this essentially does is it finds the context.read onboarding Qubit. Right, this is what it does basically, and then it will get the state of that thing it's initialized inside of it, and it will pass us that state over here. However, how is it going to find the context.read onboarding Qubit? Because in the main.dart we have not wrapped the entire material app with an onboarding with a BLoC provider and then giving it initialized an onboarding Qubit. We haven't done that. But we're not going to do that in the main.dart. Reason being, the onboarding Qubit, if we do that there, it means that the onboarding Qubit will be available throughout the widget tree. Because we're doing that on top of the material app, it means that everything under this material app, whether we've gone away from the onboarding and we no longer even have the onboarding in this screen, then the onboarding Qubit will still be alive and waiting to be accessed. This might take up a lot of your resources. So the best bet that you want to do is in your router where you're pushing to the onboarding screen, then you directly wrap your onboarding screen with the BLoC provider and then provide it with the onboarding Qubit. So this is how it goes. So where we do the onboarding screen, you go there, find where you initialize the onboarding screen, and then you wrap it with a widget, BLoC provider. Yes, so the BLoC provider we will create, and we take this and we return SL, which is the service locator. Find me the onboarding qubit that I've created in the injection container and pass that down here. We go ahead and import the injection container. That's it. So now we've injected this in here. So when we go down to the onboarding screen, this can actually do context.find the onboarding qubit, and it will successfully find it. So that's it for our injection into the widget tree. Now let's go ahead and start building out the UI for the onboarding qubit. Sorry, for the onboarding screen. Let me spin up my device, and then we can start building out that user interface. My device is up. Let's go ahead. We're not going to use the listener right now. I was actually thinking about doing this, yeah. So if a state is onboarding status, meaning we've got a status, meaning we've checked if the user is a first timer, and we've got our status back, then what I was actually thinking of was to push them. So navigator.push replacement named, and we push them to maybe the home page, like the home page or something, maybe the home. In that case, we would have the home screen.route name, something like that. But that means that if the user was already not a first time user, meaning that they will actually first arrive here. Okay, so if they first arrive here and we were checking if they're a first time user, then they will actually see the onboarding before actually moving on to the homepage, meaning that each time you open the application, you will always see the onboarding before you go to the home. This is a bad practice. So we will actually do the main routing, the main dynamic routing in here in the router. But before we do that though, we need some things in place. Before we can push them to either the home screen or the login screen, we need to have the home screen built. We need to have the login screen built. We need to have everything set up in place before we can actually check. Because now the check is going to be complicated really. Because we're checking not only if they're the first time user, so if they're not a first time user, we're going to push them not to the home screen. We're going to check again if they are logged in. If they're already logged in, then we push them to the home. If they're not logged in, we push them to the login screen. So for that, we even need to complete the authentication feature in order to be able to complete all of that. But for now, we're going to go with this simpler version. Okay. One thing that we could do to make it a lot better is to check. So we can change this to a BLoC consumer rather, so that we can have both a listener and a builder. So meaning that in the builder, we also get access to the state. Okay, so at the point, yeah, so generally we're going to have a scaffold, yeah. We have this little scaffold. Where is my scaffold? Wrap with widget. What I'm trying to do actually is to check in the builder if the state is checking if user is first timer, then we don't show the onboarding. We actually just show like a loader or like a splash screen or something. So you could go ahead, if you have maybe a logo for your application, you could show a centered widget for the logo. But don't worry, we're going to handle the actual routing later. So this is just to hold this in place. So for that reason, I'm actually going to build out a loading screen. I'm going to build a loading screen from Lottie. So that we can have, you know, like a little loader, a beautiful loading screen. So let's go ahead and maybe just build out a little loading view in place of this. So I'm actually just going to remove this scaffold rather, remove this widget, so that way we can have a new loading screen in here rather, and then later we can, or you know what, let me leave the scaffold so we can just add the loading view without a scaffold. So for that, where I'm going to go into views, common views, new dart file, loading view. Now in there, what do I do? let's go ahead and say class loading view extends stateless widget. Instead of Cupertino, I'm going to use material.dart. So the loading view will take nothing but the super key. And then we have the override widget build. It's been so long I typed this out myself. This feels great. Then we return a material because we want it to be like an overlay. Overlay over the actual screen. So type will be material type dot transparency. The child will be a center. Child will be circular progress indicator. Its value color will be, let's make it always stopped animation of type color. And then I'm gonna have the theme dot of context dot color scheme dot secondary. So because I'm actually going to be using the theme dot of context a lot in the application, I think so, because generally when I build a big application, I find myself always using theme dot of context for a lot of stuff. We could have theme dot of context to get the platform. We have theme dot of context to get the parent theme. We have theme dot of context for a lot of stuff. So I'm actually just going to make this simpler and create a context extension. If you want to know more about extension, you can go to this channel, search for extensions from the best tech, and you will find tutorials on extensions. But I'm just going to do this. So in the core folder, a new Dart file, it will be in an extensions folder, and we have the context extension. So meaning that extensions on the build context, So for that, we will have extension context. You can decide not to name this and just go ahead and say on build context, but I prefer to name it. So context ext on build context. Where else can I get build context from? I think we can get it from widgets.dart. Can we? Yes, we can. So now I'm going to get the theme. So let's see, theme data. That's where it's from. So material. So now I don't need widgets because I already have material, and material already contains widget. So theme data get theme. So we can get theme dot of this, of the context that we're passing. So meaning that in here we can go ahead and just say context dot theme dot color scheme blah blah blah. Let's go ahead and import this, and we can see that's a lot more succinct. I prefer this than the other type that we were doing. So over here we can have this for that. So that's our loading view. So if the state is checking if user is first timer, we want to have a loading view inside of that scaffold so we can return. So this is the body. The body. And if it's not checking if user is first timer at constant modifier. So if this is checking if user is first timer, or if it's caching first timer, so whichever one it is, whether it's checking if user is first timer or when we're caching the first timer, we actually want to show a loading view. We want to show the loading view, and then finally, if it's not, we want to return the actual thing that we're here for, meaning the actual body of our onboarding. Now, how would this state even start being dispatched? The state will not be dispatched because we haven't tried to check if user is first time, and we have not acted. We've only started checking for the state. So for that action, I'm actually going to convert this to a stateful widget, and in the state, I'm actually going to create. Well, let me just go ahead and override init state. Yes. So after or before init state, oh no, after inner state. So that way I'm sure that the context has been created. So context.read onboarding Qubit. Sorry, dot check if user is first timer. So we start doing this here. So we check if the user is first timer once the screen gets built. So then over here it will show a loader, and when it's done loading, we will get our stuff here. Okay, so in here we actually want to add more checks. So else if state is user cache. So let's imagine that the user has finally been cached. What are we going to do? We're going to do something here. So to do, we can do that later. Login or push to appropriate. Sorry, let's do this. User cached handler. So push to the appropriate screen. Boom, done. Right, we've got to do. If you also do not follow this to do type, so this way of writing to dos, putting the brackets and all that, we can see that it will scream at us, right? If we just do to do, it will scream at us because we've got that linter from analysis options, right? The very good analysis. To do comment doesn't follow the Flutter style, and the Flutter style is simply that. This, add a bracket and put the title of the to do, then put the description after the colon rather. So we can go into our to dos and see our beautiful to do. 60 to dos, wow. So over here we have one to do. You can see your to do, user cache handler. So that way you know exactly what you're talking about when you check your to dos. So now when that is done, we actually want to return a gradient background. So for now, let me add a we've already done the gradient background before, remember? Where was that? I think that was in the loading view. Yes. So we've done this. No, not the loading, the page under construction. So we have this gradient. Now I don't want to have to because a lot of the screens, right, have gradient background. I don't want to have to each time do the container box constraints to expanded every single time. So I'm just going to extract this gradient background stuff and create it in the common Dart file widget gradient background. Let's extract that. Go ahead and copy this container. So this is how gradient background container should look like. I would have actually taken the scaffold, but what if in the scaffold we needed the fab, the floating action button? What if we needed a bottom sheet and all that? So we would have to expose all that in our widget, and I don't want to have to do all that. So I'm just going to extract the simplest part, which is the container, and for that I'm going to import material. And we go stateless gradient background, and in here we can return our container. Now we have some issues. Media res and lotte. No, we actually don't even need the media res in here. I think this is part of what I'm going to extract. So I'm going to extract the image. So this is where the image will be, and then the child of the gradient background will be, in this case we're using a lotte asset, so I want the child to be just the child that you will provide for me at the top. So final widget child, final string image, we have that. And over here we could do required this dot child, required this dot image, and we can see it screaming the linter. We can put required name params first. So we've done that, it's formatted our parameters for us. And we have the image, what's your problem? Can't be constant, so let's remove a constant. And this should be Okay, so let me format this bit and have it in one line. That's better. Yeah, I think this is great. So we can go back to page under construction and change the body to a gradient background. And instead of having these repeated stuff, we don't have to repeat them. We can just go ahead and put the image to be this. And we have a child to be this. So we can go ahead and remove the child, being the safe area, remove the rest of these, and we have a child to simply be this. What is your problem? This is not fine. Okay, so that's that. We're done with this. You can see how short this is. And we can also go ahead into our loading view, no, not the loading view, the onboarding screen, and we can simply return a gradient background as well. So let's go ahead and do that. So in here, we'll return gradient background. Now the child, I'm going to put the child lastly, because Flutter always screams at you when you put the child first. It always says move child properties to the last. Well, we can experiment with that. Let's go ahead and add a container. And for the image, we can just go ahead and use media res dot onboarding background. Now when I format this, you can see Flutter screams at me. Oh, sorry. That should be a semicolon. You can see that it screams move child property to the last. This is not from the Very Good Ventures analysis options or linter. This is from Flutter itself. So let's go ahead and format that. But then instead of a container, we're actually going to wrap something different. We're actually going to have I wanted to wrap this with a safe area, but the gradient background is already wrapping its child in a safe area. So where we're going to have the child to start from the stack, because this is the UI that I have. Remember, we have those three different parts. The image, let me show it to you. Give me a bit. So you can see over here, we've got these three parts, right? We've got the image, the title, subtitle, which we've taken in our page content. If you remember, in the domain, we have this page content. Okay, so we'll be using the page content to display depending on the index that we're currently at. However, we've got this this swipe indicator in the middle. So this is why I'm making a stack. So now in my stack, we have children. Okay, in the first child, we will have our page view. As you already know, for this type of stuff, we always will use a page view. So we have a controller. Let's go ahead and create the controller up top. Final page controller will be the page controller. That's it. We can put in the page controller as your controller over here. And we can have the children of the page view to be, let's make that. So now we start creating, right? We can create this body. The image, it should be like a column with an image, a title, a subtitle, and the button. Now we can go ahead and create that column in here. But then remember that it will be a long column, and we will have to reuse that same column for the second page and the third page because they're all similar. You can see they're actually all similar. Okay, these things are just the same. So we'll have to use the same column, but just change its page content. So for that reason, I'm just going to abstract the column, abstract it into a different widget. So inside of presentation, directly in presentation, we have widgets. And I'm going to call this onboarding body. Okay, so I'm not sure whether to make this a stateless or stateful widget just yet, but as we build this out, we'll see if it's going to be stateful or stateless. But then right now, I'm going to make it a stateless onboarding body just so that I can use it in the other screen. The onboarding body we'll come here. So onboarding body. So we'll have one onboarding body. We'll have the second one as well, and we have a third one. Okay, and we can have a constant out here. So in the onboarding body, how are we going to know where we are in the onboarding? So for the first body, we're actually going to pass it a page content, and that page content will be page content.first, because we've actually created these things before. So page content.first, which will pass in a page content to it. Now inside of the onboarding body, I'm going to collect that page content. So give me a bit. Let me complete this first. Page content.second, and then finally, we're actually going to have the page content to be page content.third. So this is how I think this should look like. So let's go back into the onboarding body and do a final page content. Page content. We can do that required right before the super, because this is a required one. It should always come before the optional one. So I'm required this dot page content. Boom. Let's hope this works. So it works. There we go. Then finally, after we have our page content, we're going to build out that later. I just want to have the bone, the structure of this page. So we have the page view, and stacked right on top of the page view, I'm going to have an aligned widget to align this thingy, because I don't think position would work perfectly here. So I'm just going to use align. We're going to align this. Alignment. We have constant alignment. I've tested this out a little bit. I've played around with it a little bit, and I found that the perfect bit for this will be 0 on the x-axis, and on the y-axis it will be 0.04. That is 0.04, meaning what it means, 0.04. And the child will be the smooth page indicator. Come on, don't make me import you myself. Come on. No, it wants me to import it myself. So let's go ahead and import smooth page indicator. I wonder why Android Studio is messing with me today, making me import everything by myself. So now, its child will be, sorry, not the child, the controller rather takes the controller first. So let me give it a page controller. So it will use the page controller to know what page we're currently at. So count will be 3, because we've only got 3 pages. On dot clicked, we actually want to use, it will provide us with the index of a dot that was clicked. So we actually want to push to that page. So page controller dot animate to page. You can actually go ahead and add some buttons, back and forward buttons, but for me it's not in the UI design, so I just use these dot indicators to do the swipey thingy. So my page, animator page, what page am I animating to? I'm going to go to the index that was provided to me, page 0, page 1, or page 2. Now the duration will be, let's make it 500 milliseconds, so milliseconds 500. And then finally the curve, let's use ease in and out. So that's for our on dot clicked. What is your problem? Yeah, animator page should close out properly. Now on dot clicked to complete, we go ahead and change the type of effect. So it should have a worm effect, and we have a dot height. Let's make that 10. We have a dot width. Let's make that 10 again. We have the spacing. Let's make that 40. We have the active dot color. Let's make that colors dot primary color, which we've already defined before. And we have a dot color. Let's make that white. No, we don't have white in our colors, so let's use the Flutter white, because that looks white to me. And the other one is the primary color. No, stop. There we go. There we go. You might wonder, why am I speeding through the UI build and not explaining it deeply? That's because this isn't what this course is about. This course is about learning clean architecture, test-driven development, and everything that comes with it. But that doesn't include building out UIs. So if you want to learn how to build out UIs, learn about Flutter widgets, you can go check on this channel for other videos that go into in depth about such intricacies. So for this particular course, we're not going to pay much attention. I'm personally not going to pay much attention to that. So we can go into our onboarding body now and then build out the body. But for now, let me just see what it looks like. So let's go ahead and run the application. Switch this to main.dart and run the application. There we go. So let's see what this looks like. I think I've actually messed this up a little bit. In the onboarding and the screen itself, we don't just want to return a loading view on top of that scaffold. Also, that scaffold doesn't look pretty. I think the scaffold should be white rather. Let me go into the main.dart and make every scaffold to be white. So the scaffold background color should be colors.white for everyone. Or should I just leave it this way? I think this is actually pretty, to be honest with you. But you know what? Let me leave this as the default blue and make the background color for this particular one to be colors.white. Then in here, where we have a child, I'm rather going to put the loading view in there rather. So we have this. So I'm actually going to remove this check from there. And then I'll actually put this here. So the body should be a gradient widget with its child to be this and the image. Yes. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to wrap this rather with a gradient widget. So wrap with widget, gradient background. And then in here we have the image to be onboarding background. Then we can remove this from here. Remove this widget. So whether this is true or not, we always have that gradient background as our background for even the loading view. So let's go ahead and restart this. We can also see there were some errors in the console, so I'm actually going to fix that. So let's see what happened to cause such errors. Started in 10,999 milliseconds. So yes, so we have the gradient background for the onboarding. Okay. Doop, and we have that loader in there. So what's the problem then? Unhandled exception, unimplemented error. Have I got something unimplemented? Oh my. I totally did not implement this and no one told me. You guys, you did not tell me. Let's go ahead and implement this. So for check if user is free, did I write a test for this? Have I tested my onboarding repository implementation then? Go to test. Do I have a test for this? Yes, I do. Yeah, I wrote a test for only the cache first timer. Oh my bad. So let's go ahead and do that then. So the repository implementation will simply be almost the same on cache exception. We can catch E and we can return this. But then rather in here, we can await local data source dot cache check if user is a first timer, and we can return async await, and we can return constant right now. Look at me. No, it's actually expecting a boolean, so this is going to return a bool. So the final result will be equal to await, and we have a result. I really need to take that break, guys. So we have a final result and we can return the result. And I've just found out I haven't tested this at all. Have I tested my use cases? Have I tested my use cases? Go to test. Hopefully I have. Yes, I have. So how did I end up forgetting to test these? And what about my throw cache exception? Check if user is first timer. And did I properly test you lot as well? Go to test. Should throw cache exception. Check if user is first timer, cache first timer. Yes, I tested them properly. So let's go ahead and write the test for the repository implementation. So go to test. We can come down here and write the test for group. Check if user is first timer. At this point, you should already be able to write this test on your own. So I'm just going to skip to the part where I've completely written the test. So I've just written the test. Check if user is first timer. So I had 3 tests inside of it. First one would return true when user is first timer. Second one should return false when user is not first timer. And the third one should return a cache failure when call to the local data source is unsuccessful. So with that said and done, let's go ahead and continue with the UI. So this time should work. I'm going to hit hot restart. Boom, hot restart. Let's see what's happened. No, the hot restart was hit on the test. We're going to hit that on the main. So let's close this bit up. And the lag begins. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Flutter debug. Alright, so that's going to take a bit, I guess. Let me close up these local data source. Over here, repository implementation, close them up. Please move on, move on, move on. Yes. So we can see that it's worked. No, something bad has happened. So I was checking if the onboarding status, if status onboarding status and state dot is first timer is true, then go to home, which I don't have a home yet. This was why it went here. Okay, so if it found nothing in cache, then if the person's a first timer, go to the onboarding rod, and the person is not a first timer, go to home, else go to the onboarding, which we're already in the onboarding for. So let's go ahead and do a hot restart, or hot reload, or hot restart, whatever. Goodbye. Come on, move a little bit faster. So while that's wasting our time, I'm going to go ahead and let's go start building out the onboarding body. So for the onboarding body, what is it doing? Alright, I think that's pretty much what we were looking for. So for the onboarding body, we still have the placeholder. So let's go ahead and fix that placeholder problem that we've got. Remove that placeholder. Go ahead and start off. We already have a scaffold on the previous screen, so let's just go ahead and just dive right into the column, because this is simply an abstraction. Main axis alignment, let's go ahead and make that center if it's not already centered. Then we start with our children. So the first child will be the image asset. Okay, the image asset will take the image to be the page content that we have at the top of the image, and then the height, I want it to take about 40 or 30% of the screen, because as we can see in the design, it actually takes up that much. So for that reason, I'm actually going to take media query at the top to know the height, and then get 40% of that height. But I know that in a lot of screens I'm going to be using the media query a lot. Media query of size, of height, of everything. Media query has a lot of important stuff that we could need and we could use. So for that reason, I'm also going to go into my context extensions. Yeah, I can't speak. Yes. And also get this time the media query. So let's go ahead and first of all start by getting the media query. So media query data, get media query, and we can get media query of this context. And then now for the size. So size get size will get us media query dot size. Double get width will get us size dot width. Double get height will get us size dot height. So whichever one we need, we can simply use it straightforward by calling context dot that. So for the height, we can have context dot height times, sorry, the height, come on, yes, times dot 4. That's 0.4. 0.4 is simply 40%. Okay, so we've got the image. Let's save that bit. Yeah, so we've got 40% to be the image. We could actually use expanded though, and then make the expanded flex to be like 4 or something, and then the rest of them can share whatever's left. But I'm just going to do it this way. Size box height will be, let's give it 3% of spacing between them. So context height times 0.03, that's 3%. This is 40% and this is 3%. We have next, what do we have? We have a title, we have a subtitle, and then we finally have the other one. But then since we can see in the demo that, let me show that to you. We can see that these ones are padded. The image, I actually want the image to span out across the entire place. So these ones, I need to pad them. So for that reason, I'm actually just going to put them in their own column instead of writing them one after another and padding them one after another, because I don't want to have to pad the entire column, because this one, I want it to fit the entire width that it's got available to it. So let's go ahead and do that. So we've got this little person. Let's go ahead and create a padding. What padding should I give to it? Let's give it edge inset.all 20 for all sides, but then for the bottom, I want to give the bottom 0. Okay, so because I don't want any padding at the bottom. The child will simply be a column. Command L, Control L to format. Its children will simply be text widget 1. The first text widget will have page content.title. Its text alignment will be centered. And then we also want its style to be constant text style. Let's see what the default looks like. I actually want it to look like a title, so let's see what the default looks like. It looks too small. So first of all, the font family. The default font family for everything will be Poppins, but for this one, we want fonts that we've created, so init, and then we want the font size to be 40. We want the font weight to be W700, which means bold. You can see 700 means bold, so you can just go ahead and do bold, but I usually prefer to do the W's. I don't know why I prefer to do that, but I just do. Yes, brand new curriculum. Then we have another size box in here. We should give that one a height of, say, context height of 2%, I think. 0.02, let's see if 2% will do the trick. Let's give it another text, which will be the page contents dot description. Let's see if 2% fits. Pretty much looks okay, but the text alignment isn't great. Let's give that centered as well. Center that bit. Yes, beautiful. And then for the style, where I'm gonna leave it at Poppins. Poppins looks pretty with that. Let's constant text style. I'm gonna give it font size 14 and font weight to be bold. No, not bold. Regular. 400 is regular and it's the default, so I'm gonna leave it at that. I hope 400 is default. Yeah, I think 400 is default. Doesn't matter. Regular. Boom. Next up, we have another size box to space out our button. So I'm actually going to give that. So I already have 40%. There's some spacing of 3%. So 43%, 45%. Yeah, we still have a lot of space. We still have a lot of space. So I'm actually going to use 50%. So if we have 40 something and we have 50, that's like about 90%. So no, not 50 rather, 5%. So that will still be around 50%, just taking from spacing and the image itself. So MQ, no, not media query. I'm so used to calling media query MQ. So context dot height this time times 0.05. So we're taking 5% rather. And we can have an elevated button. On pressed of it, we're going to do something. Its child will simply be, it was a text, right? A text that said, get started. So it was a text widget, comma, comma. This text widget will say, get started. Font style, rather, no. Let's do the text style first before the button style. So text style, it will have font family of Anic. Yes, and then it will have font weight of bold. Let's make that constant. Now for your style, I'm actually going to use elevated button style from, first of all, the padding. I'm going to have symmetric. Horizontal will be about 50 and vertical will be about 17. You could just go ahead and change the minimum size if you wanted to. So that way you can just have a static size, but I just prefer this to be this dynamic. So padding. Mate, padding, elevated button, style from capital B. Then finally, we have the background color. We want it to be the primary color, so primary color. We also have the foreground, meaning the color of the child, the text on top of it, that would be white. Then my unpressed, I actually want to go ahead async. Let me save this first. Unpressed of that, I actually want to push them to the either the home screen or the sign-in screen. So if they're already signed in, we push them to the sign-in screen. If they're not already signed in, we push them to the home screen. So for that, I don't have a home screen yet. Neither do I have the sign-in screen yet. So I'm just going to add to do. Get started. Implement this functionality. Boom. So now when they push that button, I actually want not only to do this. So first of all, the first thing that I'm going to do would be to cache user, meaning they've seen this. So we cache them to make sure that they're no longer first timers, and then we push them to the appropriate page, cream, whichever one it is. So now we've got our little UI done. We can swipe through and see. You can go ahead and adjust this, but for me this looked it. The position of this, it's not too high, it's not too low. So, oh my, what have I done? So yeah, that's it. So let's go ahead and start pushing to the. Where do we push to first? Let's go ahead and start pushing to the sign in screen. That's authentication. So, but then before we do that, let's go ahead and implement the cache user functionality. So for the cache user, we're actually going to use context.read, the onboarding qubit, and then when we're going to the onboarding qubit, Flutter BLoC. Yes, so when we go to the onboarding qubit, we want to cache first timer. And what is it? What is it? Add a wait keyword. We don't want to await that, so I'm just going to remove this. So once it starts caching the first timer, in my onboarding screen, it will receive that event over here because it's basically using the same. This is in the onboarding body. The onboarding body lives directly as a child of this context, so meaning that this BLoC consumer will also receive this down here. Okay, so once that is done and user is cached successfully, do you know what? We don't even want to push them to the appropriate screen here. So once user hits this button, we want to cache them. The moment we cache them, we want to receive that here, say user cached successfully, and then we push them to the right screen. So that could be either the home screen or the sign-in screen, depending on their sign-in state. So if they were signed in, then we would push them to that screen, to the home screen. If they weren't signed in, we'd push them to the dashboard. So that's how this would work. We finally completed the onboarding UI. Let's go ahead and move into the more serious aspects of this, being the authentication. So we're starting with the authentication layer, because after the onboarding, we want to take the user to either the sign-in page or the home page. And for that reason, we're going to start by building out the authentication feature. And as always, in the spirit of good, clean architecture development, let me first minimize this. In the spirit of clean architecture, we will simply start from the domain layer, new Dart file. So now we're starting a whole new feature. So this feature is going to be called authentication. So first things first, we're going to create our domain, and in the domain we have our entities. So what entity are we going to need? So let's start without much talking. We have the auth feature. Inside of the auth feature, we have the domain. Inside domain, we need the entities, and in our entity, we have the user entity. Now, what does a user look like? What would our user have? So going through the UI, we can see that the user has an email, a login. Users have points. Users have a name, a full name. Users have profile pics, bios. They can join groups. They can enroll in courses, and so forth and so on. Okay, so let's go ahead and build these things out. So class local user. I don't want to call this a user because we already have a user object from Firebase, from the Firebase package. We're actually going to be using Firebase for the backend in this project. So I'm not going to be using that user because it will conflict heavily with the Firebase user. So I'm just going to call that local user extends waitable. We always do. Now, what are the properties that we're going to need? Our user should have the following properties. our user is going to have a UID. This UID is coming from the Firebase. So we know that Firebase UIDs come in form of a string. We will have the email. We will have a profile pic. We want the profile pic to be nullable because at the point where we're signing in or we're signing up, we're not picking a profile pic yet. Neither are we picking a bio, so the bio can also be nullable. We will have points. Points will always start from 0, so they will never be empty or null. We have the full name. We have the groups. So now I don't want to save the groups in here. Like I don't want to do some sort of what is it called in programming? Some composition where you actually have a group which we will define later, and then we can have a list of groups in here. Sorry, a list of group, and then we can call that groups. No, I don't want to do that. Rather, I just want to save the group IDs because every group will be saved in the Firebase, the Firestore, and it will automatically get a document ID. So we want that document ID to be used in place of it. This is the need for IDs. If you don't use your IDs, your IDs this way, I don't know how else you want to use them. So list string enrolled calls IDs. Following the list of IDs of the users who are following us, and we also have the list of everyone we're following. So we have everyone we're following and everyone who follows us. Finally, we can go ahead and create a constructor. Let me go ahead and use the generate named argument constructor. That option comes from my plugin. Let me go find it. I think it's from Dart data class. Yes, it's from Dart data class, named argument constructor generator. So we can move this before other members because your constructors are always going to come before, and we can just put the required ones first. So let's go ahead and format that. This should be okay. Now for overriding this, how do we want to equate two users? How do we want to know when two users are equal? We will know that two users are equal by their UID. This should be enough, right? Because Firebase is a NoSQL database, and I think it uses its timestamp, a timestamp when the user was created to generate a UID for that, a document ID basically for the user. UID means unique ID, so it's basically going to be unique. So I think this should be enough. But then just in case, let's add the email as well. So your email and your UID will be used to check if this instance of a user is the same as the other user. Now, automatically, the equatable package will create a toString for you. It will overwrite toString for you implicitly, and it will use only the things that you've passed into the props for your toString. So when you print local user, it will print out the UID and the email of that local user. Okay, you won't see instance of local user. You're actually going to see local user, open brackets, UID, their UID and their email. You can also go ahead and override, I think that's for stringify. I think that's what it's called. And you can set that to true or false if you don't want it to do that for you. However, I'm actually just going to ignore that. And I'm going to generate my own toString. Okay? So let's go ahead and right click this and generate toString. Where is it? String, toString, yes. And what do we want to see when we print a user? I don't want to see their profile picture. their profile picture URL. I only want to see their UID, maybe their email. Where's their email? Their email, maybe their bio, and their full name. I think those three are enough. Okay, and maybe their points as well. Yeah, maybe for debugging purposes. So UID, email, bio, points, full name. Those three should be in those four. Is it 4 or 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. So those 5 should be enough. Let's split this string. Can I split it here? Yes, I can. So we've split that string, and that's how our toString should work. Now, moving on, we've created our entity. Let's go ahead and create an empty version of it so that we can use the empty version in tests so that we don't have to initialize a full local user each time we're trying to write a test. So I'm actually going to move the toString over to the last bit, the last portion. Yeah, I think it's better there. So constant local user dot empty, and we return this. You can totally, once again, use a factory constructor. I just prefer to do it this way, where the UID will be empty. Yeah, I don't mind. I'm just going to leave it as empty. Every string is basically going to be empty. And we have points, which will be 0. Full name, which will be empty. We have the profile pic, empty. We have the bio, empty. We have the group IDs. Group ID, it should be IDs. Group IDs should be an empty constant because we want this to be constant over here as well. We also have the enrolled course IDs. You can make that constant, empty. Following and followers should also both be empty. Following, constant, empty. So that's our empty constructor. We've done that. Now let's move on and create our authentication repository. So you can go ahead and name this fully authentication. You can go ahead and name the repository, and also name the repository module itself as authentication repository. But I'm just going to go with short forms because I just prefer them that way. So Dart file repos instead of repositories, and after repos, where we're actually going to have auth repo instead of authentication repository. Then I'm going to start with the abstract class auth repo. We add a constant constructor so that we can make this interface constant. We have our result future, local user, sign in, and sign in takes 2. Let's take a string email. This is according to the UI. Required string password. We use 2 of them for sign in. So we're using email signing from Firebase. Boom, done. So it returns a local user. Let's import a local user. Then we have, of course, what is authentication without creating an account? So sign up. And also make this named because it's more than one. So we don't get confused. Required string email. Required string full name. Required string password. Done. Next up, result future void. We're also going to be handling a case where the user forgot their password, and for that we're actually just going to ask for the user's email, and we send a forgot password link to that email. Then we have a result future. void updating user data. Update user. For updating user, the user has a lot of stuff that could be updated. The user has, what's the user? The user has UID, email, point, full name. The user basically has a lot. In order to update the user, if we wanted to start collecting what it is we want to update in here one after another and make them nullable, we could just totally do that and make it so that we can have string name, full name. So when they leave the full name as null, we do not update the full name. When they leave this as null, we don't update the other thing. But instead of that, I'm actually just going to take the user data as a form of a map. So what are you trying to update? You're trying to update a user data. Give me a map that contains that user's data, or no, just give me the user's data that you're trying to update. So for example, if you're trying to update their name, then give me their string name. If you're trying to update their points, give me integer points. So for that reason, the user data to be updated will be dynamic. And then finally, because we're using Firebase, I'm actually going to be creating, let me go ahead and create the action. So we're going to be updating these things one after another, right? So you give me the user data, and then I want to know exactly what user data you're trying to update. Okay, so the only way to do that, we could actually just take string what to update, but that way we're actually just going to have to start passing the strings and reading them to know if it's equal to email or if it's equal to full name. So instead of doing that, we can simply use Flutter's easy enums. We can use their enums. We can use Flutter's enums and create a simple enum. Maybe call that update user or something. So let's go over to core. Go into just directly in the core. Let's make that in here. So enums. Inside of enums, we can have update user. I can have an enum update user action. So this way we can know what exactly are we trying to update. So we can either update the display name, we can update the email, we can update the password, we can update their bio, we can update their profile pic. For other things like their points, like their following, followers, course and road courses, we will increase those or change those in other functions. So for example, the points will increase after they take an exam. So we don't have to use the update user from the authentication repository. We only use the authentication repository to update these things that we've mentioned here: the display name, email, password, bio, and profile pic. So let's go ahead and select that as well. So we're going to take an update user action, so we know exactly what action what action they're trying to carry out with this data. So we take the action and we can check if this action is action.displayName, then we take the user data and update, send it to the display name on the server. Now that we're done with the repository, what next? We go ahead and create the use cases for each of them. So let's go ahead and start from wait, let me arrange these in alphabetical order. Prefer to do it that way. STU U, so SU, we have sign. So this should be alphabetical order, repos, entities, and then finally we have a new Dart file, use cases. In the use cases, I'm going to have the forgot password use case. And you already know how it goes, so I'm just going to be jumping to the part where I'm done writing the use cases or writing the stuff, unless there's new stuff to talk about. So here we go. So the forgot password use case is done. Boom, boom. Next up, let's do the sign up. Which one's next? Let's go ahead and do the sign in use case, and after that, the sign up use case. And we've got sign in. Next up, sign up. Sign up is done. Finally, we have the update user. And now that's done too. So finally, let's go ahead and start writing tests for them. So you can go ahead and write the tests, or you could check in the source code for this particular section of the course, and you can find the tests written in there. But I'm not going to write it in the video, or it's going to be long. It's simply what we've already done before. And now we can see that all tests have been completely written for our use cases. You could go to the source code for this section and you can find the tests in there. You can copy them over, or you can cross-check them with your tests. So let's go ahead and run the tests and make sure that every test in the use cases folder is working. Yes, so you can see all 4 of them are passing. So all 4 use cases have passed their tests. So let's go ahead and close down this test bit. Close this down, close this down. Now we're moving on to the data layer. So close core, still inside of the authentication. We're moving on to the data layer. Now we're going to start off with the data layer, and for the data layer, we're going to start with the model. So that would be in data / models, and we have the user model rather, which is a subclass. Let me close other tabs. Which is a subclass of the user entity. So class local user model extends local user. Now let's import the local user. Let's go ahead and constant local user model. And this is going to be super long, so I'm not going to write it out. I'm simply going to go over to local user, copy this, come back here, paste it here, and do Command or Control R. Okay? When you do Command or Control R, wait, I think I've done something wrong here though, but wait, give me a second. In the local user, do I really want all of these to be required? I don't think so. I think a few of them can actually be not required. So I could just set them the default values basically. So these ones, a few of them I don't want them to be required, such as the profile pic is already done. Where is it? Profile pic bio. However, these lists, I'm actually going to cut them off. Group IDs and road calls IDs, following and followers. I'm going to cut them off, or just leave them there, but then just remove their required status. So I'm going to right click and do column selection mode. So we select them with a column, select every required, and delete them. Then we right click and disable the column selection mode. Now I'm going to give them default values. So this will be equal to a constant empty list. Copy this, paste. I don't want to bother with just doing this over and over. So now that we're done with that, we're actually going to come here, copy this over, go over to the user model, I'm actually going to remove column selection mode. I've already pasted these here, so I'll remove these ones as well and leave them without the default, because right now they're not required in the constructor of the super. So after you do this, you're going to have errors. In order to get rid of them, you're going to replace in files, that is Command or Control R. When you do that, remove the regex, and you can remove the match case, or you can select it, whatever. I'm sorry. So we're replacing this with super. So this is an easy way if you have a lot of super classes a lot of super attributes to override in your constructor. So you can just do this and change this to super. So this.fullName becomes super.fullName. So super.groupIDs is still messing up. Where's my group IDs? Group IDs should be done away with. It will be equal to constant empty. Okay, so that's done. Now finally, we're going to go ahead and create an empty version of these things. So constant local user model empty. Now it will have this. In this case, this has only a few required ones, and they are the UID, which will be empty, the email empty, the points 0, full name empty, profile pic and bio. We don't need to do them. Okay, they can be null. Finally, we're done with the empty version of it, which will help us when writing tests. Then we're going to move on to the from map and the to map. We can go ahead and use the generate option and generate a from map or a to map, but in most cases, for me personally, they don't really reflect how I code. So let's go ahead and write it from scratch ourselves. User model.from map. Now I'm not going to do a from JSON or a to JSON. I'm only going to do a map, because the JSONs, because we're dealing with Firebase, Firebase does not save JSONs either ways. It returns a data map to us when we fetch the data. So this is the fun of it. So we no longer need to pass them to or from JSON. So we're going to use our data map type definition of define, which is a map string dynamic, and we will return the super class, or you can return this, whichever one suits you. But for my from map, I prefer to do the super. What is the problem? It's not used. Oh, don't worry, we're going to use it. So the UID will be the map at the UID as a string. The email will actually be a map from email as string. The points. Actually, the reason why I keep putting a string over there is because the linter, the analysis options, will actually scream at you if you don't put that there. It will draw yellow squiggly lines all over your code. So if you don't care, it's actually good coding practice to explicitly state it. That's why they've added it to the linter. So, but if you don't care about good coding practices, then you can go ahead and disable it by tapping on it. When it shows the red squiggly line, it will show up a yellow light bulb, not red. You can tap on that and you can say inspector annotations, and you can click on the inspector annotation options. It should pop up two options for you: ignore for this line or ignore for this file. You can ignore it for the entire file and it will no longer disturb you. But this is actually a good way to do this. It's good practice to do this. Now the point is an integer. So usually when we get these sort of data from the server, even when you're working with HTTP servers or HTTP APIs, you don't want to directly convert them to integers. So what I usually do for good coding practices, because you might think, okay, at this point we're using Firebase. Firebase might return it to us as an integer directly. So when we actually do map at points, as int, it might work with Firebase, but what if? Remember that clean architecture is all about that style of coding where you can easily, everything's loosely coupled, so you could totally swap out your client, your remote client, which in this case will be Firebase Firestore. What if you swapped it out because your company wanted you to stop using Firebase and you had to use a server that they've created? Now servers will return you JSON. When you convert something from JSON to a Dart map, the integers will not be integers. They will mostly not convert properly. Sometimes that happens. I've witnessed it a lot. So what I usually do is just convert it to a num. Okay, you convert it to a num, you put it in a bracket, and then you convert that num to integer. So whether it's a double or an integer, always use as num before you convert it directly to the type that you want in Dart. So if it was a double, you'd do the same thing and say to double rather. But in this case, we're looking for a to integer. So after the points, we have the full name. That's the map full name as string. The profile pic will be the same thing, but this time it will be nullable. Profile pic as string nullable. Put a comma there. The bio will be map at bio as a nullable string. Now the group IDs, this is where it also starts to get fun. Remember what I taught you before? Yeah, you could totally do it this way. You could go list of data map, list of maps. The reason why we do it this way is because if we actually go ahead, like I said, from a remote server, usually not from Firebase, but with remote servers, this is what I've discovered. When you go ahead and do map a group IDs with lists, with things that are lists, group IDs, as lists of maps string dynamic. In this case, we've already saved map string dynamic to be custom type, which is data map, right? So when you do this this way, and then you maybe convert it into a you map it into a list of group IDs, or map it into a list of strings or something. It usually doesn't work that way. In this case, the group IDs is actually a list of strings. So if you actually got from a remote server and you went and did a list of string, sometimes it doesn't work. It will give you an error that a list of type dynamic is not a list of type string, as in the typecast, meaning that it's trying to cast this as a string directly, but the data that it's got from the JSON is detecting this to be not a string. So in that case, what I do is dynamic over here, so cast it as the type that it wants to. Now if you cast it without the dynamic, it will implicitly automatically say dynamic. So usually I leave it this way, but then just because it makes my code a lot prettier, I just mark it as dynamic because I'm expecting it to be dynamic. Then after marking it as dynamic, now I've got a dynamic list. I can go ahead and say list of string dot from this, and then we can map from that. So now we've got a list of string from this. Now we could do it this way, or I've already taught you this way. The other way that I told you about was adding a cast. So since I've already done an example with the other type, let's go ahead and do it with a cast this time. So you can do .cast, and you put in the type that you want to cast to. This, in this case, a string, and that's it. That's it. So we now have enrolled course IDs. We can go ahead and say map at. Let's copy this because I don't want any errors, any silly mistakes. And we can say as a list dynamic. We can put this in brackets, and then we can say .cast as a string, and that's it. Let's keep going. Let's just keep doing the rest of them. So now we have following and followers. So let's do following and copy the same thing for followers and just change the following to followers. Command C or Control C, paste as a list dynamic and .cast string, comma. We can copy this, we can duplicate this by doing Control or Command D. We can change this to followers, copy the followers, paste the followers here, and that's it. So now let's go ahead and do the to map and the copy width. So for the to map, it will be a data map, to map, return as a map, and the UID will be the UID. Do you know what? Let me generate this. I don't have the energy to type all of that out. A to map. Yeah, we can't do it here. So let me go back to the user, generate a to map. Okay. Then we can delete the from map because we don't need this here. Then we can copy this one over. And that's it. We can go over to our model and paste it here. Change this to data map because that's a lot shorter. And we can replace this with nothing. We're replacing this dot with empty space. Place. Boom. We're done. Okay, we're done. That's it. So, what else is there? I don't think there's anything else there. UID, email, profile pic, bio, point, full name groups, blah blah blah. So we're done with the model. Now we're going to write a copy width. I'm also going to do the same thing, just generate my copy width because I'm too lazy. Copy width, and it's also better when we use the generator because it's less error prone. So when we type it out by hand, you could easily make mistakes. Let me put the copy width, since it's a type of a constructor. No, it's actually not a constructor, but it's a method. So I just prefer to put that before the to map. So that's done. Now we can go ahead and write the test for the model. You already know how to write tests for the model. So let's see. First things first, you need to create a fixture. Okay, so we can come in here and say new file. Should it be a data file? Let me first create the fixture reader. So in the test, we can have fixtures. In the fixtures, we can have fixture reader. Now the fixture reader will return as a JSON string, and we're going to call that fixture. And it will take the string file name. I'm just going to call that file name because we're just taking the file name, and it will return a file where the path will be test/fixtures/ the file name. This is where we can find the file. Let's go ahead and import .io, and we can say .read as string sync. Boom. And that's how we create the fixture. Now finally we can go into our source. No, we can come here, new .test file, user model test. It will create the user model test for us. User model test.dart. In here, we can go ahead and start the testing. Now we're going to start this off with our entry point. And for this test to hold, we need an instance of the user model, which is the unit that we're testing. So we're going to create it, the local user model. We're going to create one instance and use that instance throughout. So we're going to do user model .empty. Where's my .empty? Really? Local user model .empty. Yes, this is what we're looking for. So we're going to start with the first test, which will be should return a valid. No. The first test for models is that it should be a subclass of the entity. So of this time, local user entity. So we can expect that the local user model is a invoke it and is a what? Is a local user. Add a comma, and that's it. Let's run that test. That should work. Let's go ahead and continue. We don't have much time. So the group, yes, that works. So the first group we're going to test is a from map. Now for the from map, we're going to have a test. The first test will be should return a valid local user model from the map. And what is the map? Now we have to create a map from our dummy data from the server. Now for that, we're going to create a new fixture called user. Dart file user.json, not a Dart file, just a normal file. So we call that user.json and we fill it in with some dummy user data. So we actually want this to pattern. We actually want the format of the JSON fixture to pattern to whatever we have in the test. So this thingy has got empty. What has our empty got? Our empty has got UID email point full name. Let's go ahead and copy these. We have our little map, a little JSON map. We have the UID, cover that with double quotes, double quotes, double quotes, double quotes, and we can convert a single quotes to double quotes because JSONs do not use single quotes. The point will be 0. Now the rest of them are going to be null. Now we also, where is my user model? Right here. Now, so we're going to actually do this. So we already have most of them. UID email, profile pic, bio point. So let's go ahead and, you know what, let me rather use these. So the reason why I actually rather copy from the to map is because when you're actually writing a to map test, it would usually check to see if they're in the same order. So if this thingy is in the same order as this, whenever you're writing that to map, which usually fails my tests unless they're in the same order. Lately, while I was testing, I discovered that it's actually changed. It can actually let you use different orders, but so far as they contain the same key value pairs, then it basically returns true for them for like their equality. So I don't really know how that works, but I'm just gonna keep doing what I do with them. So these will be empty. Let me see. So the email point and full name. Email point 0. Full name was also empty. The rest of them were null in the empty thingy. So we're going to set them to null. No, not null. The group IDs were actually they were actually empty lists. The profile pic and the bio were null because they're nullable strings. So these ones were not null. They were actually just empty strings. So I'm going to treat them as such. So hopefully, yeah, so now should return a valid local user model from the map. So let's go ahead and write the test. Now in here, what are we doing? First of all, we arrange, we get our map. So we want to convert, so this is what the action would look like. So the act would look something like this. So it would be final results will be equal to a local user model dot from map, right? Now where is the map? I could save the map in there, However, we're actually going to be using that map across different tests. So I'm actually just going to save it out here. So final map will be equal to JSON decode. It will decode whatever I give it in the source as a map string dynamic, as a data map. And what is the source going to be? It's going to be from our fixture, and we will give it user.json as the fixture. Now it will convert this and create a dart map out of it, and then pass that dart map over to us right here. So we take that from map, final result is equal to local user data from map, and we give that map to you. So it will be tmap rather, because it's a test map. I just prefer to name it that way. You can leave it as map if you so wish to. So this will be the final results. The arrangement will be this. Now what do? We assert. So in our assertion, we're expecting that the result equals the T local user model, right? So whatever we get from this map, this T map, we're expecting that it will be equal to the empty, to whatever we get from here. Because at the point when we do the result, we're actually just doing local user model from map. And what map is it using? It's using the T map that it gets from the user JSON, which actually we've made to look like the same data in our empty. So we're using this as our benchmark. You have to create a benchmark in order to test against. So we've created a benchmark and we're testing against it, and we've created a user model or a user fixture that contains similar data to this one, and we're intentionally creating a user model from that map to see if the code that we've written in our model that creates us a user from any given map, right, if it will do exactly that and create the same map, the same type of object that we've got saved in our benchmark as what we have in the JSON. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's basically what we're doing, right? So we create a benchmark, and we try to run activities that will end in that and result in this. So if that test fails, or if that activity does not result in that, then that will fail the test. So that's what we're doing. Let's go ahead and run the test. And that passes. So this should be enough for your from map. But if you wanted to add more stuff, you could add. For example, you could check to see that since we're checking to see if it returns a valid local user model, you could actually expect to make sure that what it returns is a local user model and not a user model or just a normal user model. We want to make sure that it's the model itself and not the entity. Okay, so now the entity, give it a bit, let it run, let's see if it passes. Yeah, so it's passing, yeah. So the model can be the entity. So the model can actually pass as the entity. So for example, if over here we are looking for something that's of type local user, and that's our user, when we're initializing this, we can actually pass in a model. So we can pass in the T local user model, and this will actually work, right? It won't throw an error because the T local user model can be a local user, and it can be a local user because it's a child of it. However, if we were explicitly looking for a local user model, the entity cannot pass as the model. So the parent cannot be the child, but the child can be the parent. So we can't go ahead and say local user.empty and this would work. It won't work. You can see we can't do that. It says that a value of type local user can't be given to a local user model. That just simply won't work. So in that case, we're testing to make sure that in this case, it is always a local user model that gets returned and not the other way around. So now that we're done with that, let's go ahead. This even without this is enough for your from map. This is enough for your from map. But then the rest of what I'm going to do is just to show you that you can do even more. However, this is enough. When you remove this, that is enough from your from map. For your from map, you can go ahead and start with the to map or the copy with or whatever else you have. However, just for tutorial's sake, I'm actually going to do this. I'm going to create more tests. Remember, you don't need to do this. You can totally skip this. This is just for tutorial purposes. So let's write one more test. Should throw an error, just a generic error, when the map is invalid. Open this way. We can put a comma over there. Then finally we can say that we already have our map, right? So our new map will be final map will be equal to the same T map that we had before, but we remove the UID section from it. So that map that we've got without the UID, so we've removed the UID and now we're trying to convert it into a local user model. We're expecting that it will fail and it will not actually do that for us. So let's go ahead and final for, let me save that to a constant. So we save the for local user model dot from map, and now we can expect that when a higher order function calls this call with the map that we've given it, we're expecting that it throws a, and what does it throw? Whatever it throws should be an error. Let's go ahead and run the entire test and see. So we can see that that works. So whenever something is missing, it will surely throw an error. Now we can go ahead and write for the to map and then finally for the copy with. So I don't like the format of this. So group to map tests should return a valid data map from a valid. Oh, it doesn't matter. Just from the local user model. It doesn't matter whether it's valid or not. We already know it will be valid because we created it at the top from the user model, from the model. So the final result will be equal to the local user model dot to map. That's the action we're acting. The arrangement is still here. Okay, so we have that map and we're expecting that the result equals JSON decode the fixture as a data map, which we've already done. So we have to make sure that it's equal to the T map that we've got at the top, and that's it. Yep, that passes. So finally, let's go over to the copy with. Group copy with. Now for our copy with, we're going to start with a test and it should return a valid local user model with, oh my, I can't type, with the updated values. So these are the tests that you usually do for these particular modules and these particular layers, they're actually going to be consistent across your application. So even when you have multiple versions of them, it's usually just going to be the same. Local user model dot copy with, this is our action we're acting, and we're seeing that the UID this time will be 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. No, don't mind me. We're just going to do 2. And we expect that the result.uid is going to be 2. Boom. So we can run the entire test and see. No, something's failed. 2map is failing, so it expected these things, which was different, which has different length and has extra map UID. Where? So the 2map fails because it has different length. What is missing? It misses a UID in the expected. This is the actual, and this one's the expected. So in the expected, we're missing something, because over here we've removed the UID. So this is actually affecting the T-map at the top. Does it actually remove it though? How should we do this? So let's see. Data map dot. Can we get a data map from an already existing data map so that we don't mistakenly mutate the original map? Because this is what's happening. We're actually mistakenly mutating the actual T map and removing the UID from it. So a map dot from. Yeah, so we can cast from a source. Let's go ahead and do map from tmap. So that way we're not actually editing the actual map. This is also why you should create your stuff in setups. So if we did this in a setup, then it won't actually take that same instance and pass it down into the 2map, and then where it's actually failing because we're missing something in the tmap, because this test has actually deleted that from the tmap. If we had a setup and put this in a setup, then that shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't happen. So however, we fixed it with this simple step. You can also go ahead and just put that in a setup and forget about it. It should work then. The only reason why that failed was because of that. So that's why setups are important and in your testing. So now the tests have passed. Let's go ahead and continue with the rest of the data layer. So let me short this down. Boom. Next up, we're moving to the repository implementation. Okay, now with that done, where I'm going into, still inside of the data layer, we have to create a Dart file in repositories, and we have the auth repository implementation.dart. I'm actually just going to cut to the part where I've completed this. Now I've completely written out the repository implementation, except for the authentication remote data source. So let's go ahead and create that part. Dart file data sources auth remote data source. So we have the interface, the abstract class, auth remote data source. And now inside of the auth remote data source, we have future void. We have the forgot password. This will take only the string email. We also, it wants us to create a constructor. let's go ahead and do author mode data source. And then let's go ahead and create the future local user model. Remember that for the data sources, when we're returning stuff, we rather want to return the model versions of our entities instead of the actual entities themselves. We want to return the particular implementation that we're talking about, because one local user could have multiple implementations. We could have the customer, we could have the staff, we could have student, we could have whatever. That is a subclass of the user. So in this case, we want to explicitly state what this sign-in will be returning. If the sign-in will be returning a general, say for example, if in our local user we had a local user entity, right? Now the local user entity will have a model. However, if we had different types of users in this same application, for example, if we had tutors, because it's an education application, if we had tutors and then we had students, both of them would be subclasses of local users, right? Now, in this case over here, we wouldn't put maybe student model or teacher model or tutor model. We would still use the local user model because it's the general generic user, right? So you use the base user. However, you don't use the entities over here. That's what I'm trying to say. You end up only using the model of the base user. The reason why we won't use the student model or the tutor model or whatever model that is a subclass of the local user is because the sign-in could return any of them. So if you specify only one of them, whatever person is an admin or a teacher, then what happens? So in that case, we use the generic base model. But however, all I'm saying is do not use the entity in this part. Always specify that you want the model so that you don't mistakenly return the entity. The reason being that the entity does not have the to map, it doesn't have the from map, it doesn't have the copy with. Okay, so if we mistakenly return the entity and in our UI we're trying to copy with or mutate the user or change some values in the user, then that wouldn't work. It won't work because what are you doing? There's no to map or from map in the entity itself, only in the model. So let's go ahead. In this case, required string email, required string full name, required string password, required. Then we go on to future void update user. We have required update user action. And finally we have the dynamic user data. So that's 1, 2, 3, where I'm still missing on, what was it? Was it 3 or 4? The authentication repository implementation, forgot password, signups, and update. It's only 3 of them. So let me go ahead and close these up, close down the user model, and then import the remote data source. So remember, in the spirit of test-driven development, we do not want to write your implementation before you write the test. Go ahead and write the test, but because this is the tutorial and I've already tested these, I've already written the test, which you will see in the source code, but I'm not going to show it in the video or write it in the video. That's why I'm showing you the implementations without writing the test first. However, in your actual applications, only write your code when you've written the test for it. So you write the test and then you write your code to fit the test rather. So what am I missing here? Remote data source dot. I'm missing the full name for the sign-in. Why am I taking full name for sign-in? I've mixed them up. Yes, this was rather for sign up rather. Sign up. And the sign up is void. However, So that should fix all of that. What else is a problem? Update user action. Future function isn't a valid override of the other update user because it has failure void function. Applied update user action user data dynamic. Oh, so over there in my repository, the dynamic is not required. I forgot to make it required. Did I make it required though? Yeah, I don't think it should be required. Because at some point, what if, can it be null? No, it can't. So yeah, I could go ahead and make it required. Where is my required? Is that the problem? Yeah, so that's fixed that. Now that that's done, you can find the test for this unit in the source code. And we're going to go ahead and write the remote data source. Now for the remote data source, we actually have to write the test first. But I don't want to get you confused. If I actually write the test first, then you might not understand why I'm doing certain things. So in order for you to understand why I'm doing certain things, for tutorial purposes, I'm actually going to write the implementation first so you know exactly what we're looking for before we actually write the test. But in your actual code, when you know what you're doing and why you're doing it, then always test first before you write the actual implementation. This will be only for the purposes of the tutorial. Now, moving on to the remote data source, let's go ahead and write the implementations thereof. So we start off with the class. Let me copy this. The data source implementation implements the auth remote data source. Now for the dependencies, what do we depend on? Now, we're actually going to be using Firebase auth for the authentication, basically. We're going to call that the auth client. We're going to be using the Firebase Firestore for the cloud store client. And finally, we will have the Firebase storage for the database client. We need these three things. So let's go ahead and take them on the constructor. So auth remote data source implementation. Since they're all private, we will create new instances of them in here. Required Firebase auth client. Required Firebase Firestore cloud store client, and then finally required Firebase storage database client. And then out here we will simply auth client will be equal to the auth client, the cloud store client will be equal to the cloud store client, and finally the database client will be equal to the database client. And we close this loop. Now we can see errors because we haven't added these things into our project. So let's go ahead and set up our project for Firebase. Boom. So we can go into our Firebase terminal. Let me open up a Firebase terminal. So I'm in my console and we're going to add a new project. I can call this the education app. Should contain only, yeah, my bad. Hyphen rather. Disable analytics because we're not using it in this project, and this is going to create our project. And we've completed that part. Let's go ahead and add the Flutter project to our project and bind it. So what are the steps? If you want to go through these steps, for preparing your workspace, installing Firebase command line. You can go ahead and click this link and go install that. We already have a Flutter SDK. If you've been following this tutorial so far, you've already got the Flutter SDK. We can create a Flutter project. We've already done that. Now you can go ahead and run Dart pub global. I've already done that. But what we need would be this part. So we can go through this, go into a terminal, and paste this in here and hit enter. So it's going to configure this project for us. That might take a bit. Hopefully it doesn't. It didn't. So I'm going to go with my arrow keys all the way down and deselect Mac and web, because we're only doing this for Android and iOS. So I'm going to hit enter. Register the new Firebase Android app, so forth and so on. Okay, so that's taken a bit. I will see you guys when that's done. Now it's asking permission to edit my files. The default is yes, so I'm going to hit enter. And that's it, it's done. So the configuration file lives in the Firebase options.dart. Now in order to actually make sure that this has worked properly, I'm going to simply go into my Android, build.gradle to see what it's done. It's changed these. However, I don't really trust it with these. Yeah, we're actually going to have to do this, so let me copy this. First off, let me copy this. Go into my main.dart. Where are you? There you are. Paste it in here. So yeah, that's that. We have to install the Firebase core plugin or package. But however, I'm actually going to go into Android and pretend like I'm adding a new Android app. I just give some random dot whatever. Why don't I just skip into the next ones then? Don't register any Android app under that name. We download Google services next. Yes. So I actually just want to check to make sure that in the project level build gradle, which is this, we're expecting to see changes under dependencies, I think. The plugin would be from the Google Services version 4.3. 4.3 point what? 0.15. But it's actually done 4.3.10 for us. Hopefully this does not cause any issues for us. I just hope it doesn't cause any issues, because this has happened to me before. This is why I'm actually checking to see if it's changed it properly. But so far I'm just going to leave it at 4.3.10. Hopefully it's done the right thing. I'm going to close this up, and then I'm going to add Flutter pub at Firebase core. Now we also need a few more packages like Firebase Auth and Firebase. Wait, is it Firebase Auth or is it Firebase Firestore or Cloud Firestore? I think it's Cloud Firestore. I don't really remember, but yeah, it's it's Cloud Firestore. So Cloud Firestore, and then we have the Firebase storage. We also have Firebase UI Auth. We're going to use this for our forgot password screen. We're not going to build the forgot password screen ourselves. Firebase has already designed these user interfaces that are functional, so they handle everything from sending the email to actually verifying in your application that it's worked. So let's go ahead and use theirs. So I think that's everything that I need for now. And then footer pub get. So that should add all those for me, and we can find something's wrong. Every version of the Firebase SDK requires INTL, so because blah blah blah. So what is my problem then? My prospect YAML, what version is my Intel? So the problem is that every version, wait. Every version of Firebase UI auth depends on Flutter localizations from the SDK, and the Flutter localizations depends on the INTL 18.0. So I'm just going to reduce this to 18.0 and rerun pubget. Okay, so nothing failed there, so let's go ahead and re-add these packages. Hopefully that works. Now, let's go to the test. I don't need the test. Authentication repository, I don't need that. Close down PopSpec YAML, close down main. We've already added this to main. No, we don't need to close down main because we haven't imported a Firebase call yet. Come on, mate. It doesn't want to import it for me. We don't want to import this one either, so let's go ahead and import it ourselves. Firebase call. Boom. And then we finally have the package education app. We have what is it called? Firebase options Dart. That's where these ones come from. I don't really know what's wrong with my Android Studio. It's failing to import stuff for me, or detect my packages for me to import them automatically. So Firebase auth, Cloud Firestore, and the Firebase storage. We've imported all three of them as we need. So let's go ahead and override the implementations. Create 4 missing overrides. I'm going to add the async to each of them. So come down here, paste async, async, and async. Finally add commas, comma, not here, comma, comma, and format the file. What's your problem? Dynamic user data. Nice. So that's it for setting up the Firebase. Finally, let's go ahead and write the implementation for our Firebase. So first things first, let's go ahead and implement forgot password. So how are we going to handle the forgot password? So when the user has forgotten their password, we actually want to await for the auth client .send password reset email. Now this will send an email to the email that we've taken from the constructor, sends it to the user's email, and then the user will get a link where they will hit that link, and it will redirect them to a website where they can change their password. Now I'm going to wrap that in a try catch. Okay. Now on Firebase auth exception, because when this fails, it will throw an authentication exception. We can catch that Firebase auth exception as E, and now we can throw our own special exception, in this case a server exception. Now, what is the message going to be? The message is going to be E, meaning the Firebase auth exception dot message. The Firebase auth exception has a message property, which is nullable. However, our server exception is not looking for a nullable string. So if this is not, then we probably don't know what the error is. So we can just simply say error occurred. So if it's not, we say error occurred. Now remember what I told you. These functions from Firebase do not throw errors with integer status code. So for example, calling send password reset email can fail for the following reasons, and when it fails, these are the codes that you will receive. These are the status codes you receive. They're in the form of strings. So we have invalid email status code. We have missing Android package name status code. These are status codes. Alright. So these status codes will be in the form of a string. So this is why I made the exception to take a string status code instead of an integer status code, because I knew we were going to use Firebase as our backend of choice. So we're going to go with e.code for the status code. This one's not nullable, so we can close this up. Now on Firebase exception, we catch it and we convert it to our own type of exceptions. However, on a different type of exception, we can catch it with the E. Now remember, the catcher, the try catch block, does not only catch the error, it also catches the stack. So you can show the error to the user, but then for you, the developer, you can use the stack. So you can print the stack to your console. The stack, when you print the stack to your console, it will provide links to the files where the errors occurred. It will provide links to the lines in the files where the errors occurred. So you can go ahead and just debug print. You can debug print the stack. You can see you can debug print the stack trace, debug print stack. Let me use the widget, and you can just pass in the stack trace as S. Okay. Now, we can throw a server exception, and with the message being e.toString and the status code being 505. I don't know what 505 means, but I just don't want it to be 500 because 500 assumes that it's from the server. Now remember that the status code wants a string, so we can just go ahead and say 505. Unknown error. I don't know what's happened. Now for the sign-in, so these ones are pretty straightforward, but where the problem comes in would be I think from the update user. Yeah, the update user will be a little tricky. So this was the reason why I wanted to write the implementation before the test so that you'd understand, because of that update user particularly. So for this one, we're also going to try catch. Yeah. So over here, first thing we want to do for sign in is await the auth client .sign in with email and password. The email will be the email and the password will be the password. Now after that format, please, you want me to put a catch shell out. So after we get the result, we're actually going to set a user. So final user will be results.user. This is how Firebase sign in works. Now if that user is equal to null, then something has gone wrong. So we can throw a server exception with a message that says please try again later, with a status code that says unknown error. Unknown error. Now, if a user is null, we'll throw that. If the user, however, is not null, wait, I've actually discovered a little bug. So in my server failure, my failures.dart, where I've got my error message, I'm putting an error after the status code. So in such a case where my status code already contains an error at the end of it, then it would be duplicate. So I only want to put the error if, right? So if the status code does not already end with an error. No, if the status code is a string, then I don't want to put the error. So let's go ahead and use that instead. So status code is string. We leave it empty, else we put in error. No, error. So we can format this. Yes. So if something happens, we can put in an empty space. So we can close up that space, so that way if we're actually going to put an error, then we can just put a space before the error, else we'll leave it empty. So that should work for us. After we set the user and we check if the user is not null, so if the user is equal to null, we throw an error. If the user, however, is not null, we save the user's data, so user data will be equal to. Now we can go, this is when they're signing in, so we assume that they've already signed up, right? So if we're signing in and we can find the user, we're assuming that we've already saved that user's data to the Firestore. So then we have to find a way to get the data, the user's data from the Firestore. So I'm going to create a separate function to get the user's data from Firestore. So let me go ahead and do that under here. So this will just be a future document snapshot of data map, right? And it's going to get user data, string UID, async, and we can return the cloud store client.collection. This is where we're actually going to save our user. A collection called users dot document of that user's ID dot get. We get that. So this will return us the user's data. Then if we're trying to sign in and we've successfully got the user from the sign in method, we can simply await get user data, and we can pass in the user.uid. That should get us their data. Now, if user data exists, if the user data exists, this is a function from Firebase's or Firestore's documents. So this will tell us if that document actually exists. So if that document exists, we want to return a local user model.from map. Cool. Local user model.from map. And what map are we going to give to it? We're going to give it the user data dot data. Boom. Close. I think this is nullable, so we can tell it it's not going to be null. So if it doesn't exist though, we're going to rather upload the user. So this is if the document doesn't exist yet. So we're going to await. And for this as well, I actually want to write a different function to upload a user. So I'm going to call this set user or set user data. Since we already have get user data, I'm going to just pretend like it's a getter setter. Void set user data. And I'm going to take the user from the Firebase user. So I told you that Firebase already has a user object. It has a user object. This is it from the Firebase Authentication library. So we have the user object, and it will take the user, and the string, which will be an email. So if the user doesn't have an email yet, right, we can use this email to just store it for the user, store that email for the user. So we can take, let me call that a fallback email. Async, await, cloud store client.collection, users. Then we go ahead and we store that user. The reason why I'm saving these into separate functions or methods is because I'm actually going to use them in a sign up. So for example, I'm actually going to set the user's data after signing them up into the Cloud Firestore. So I'm actually going to be reusing this function. User.uid.set. So now we're setting. We will set it to be a local user model where the UID is the user.uid. The email will be the user.email. Now, if that email is empty, or if it's not, we use the fallback email, which is the email that the user has given us for registration, for signing in. So the reason why I'm doing this is at the point when we're signing in, it's possible that when we do the sign in with email and password, this payload comes back without an email. So I'm just future proofing this. So full name will be user.displayName. If it's null, we use, because this is actually nullable. Okay. So if you look in the user.email, you can see that it's a string nullable. So that's why I'm actually collecting a fallback email, because I don't want to set the email to be empty. However, if the display name is empty, then we want to set it to empty. We don't care. But for the email, it's very important that it's not empty. So profile pic will be user.photo URL. And if it's empty, we can set this to be empty. And on the points, we set it to automatically 0. What is your problem? Yeah, we can't use the direct local user data, so we have to set it to map, and that's it. So this is us setting our user data, right? So after we do that, where is the await? Yes. So we await and then we set the user's data. My set user data, and we set it with the user that we've acquired, and the email will be the email that we get from the user, from the text field basically. So if their email in the sign in with email and password was empty, then we can use the email that they've given to us that has successfully locked them in or signed them in. So now the user data will finally be equal to await get user data again, the user.uid, and then we can finally return the local user model from map the user data data. Yes, so that's completed it for us. Now let's handle the catch blocks. So we try and then we catch. So on the Firebase auth exception, catch E. And you can throw an exception. Let's copy this over. Yes, let's copy this on Firebase exception, paste. However, this is in the end of it though, because remember that over here we've thrown an exception already. We've thrown our own server exception, so we actually have to watch out for that and catch it, else it's going to go back into the normal catch block. And the catch block will take it and do the server exception.toString, and we don't want that because it's going to mess it up. So on server exception, we actually want to, we don't even want to catch it, we just want to rethrow it. Just rethrow that server exception. And we save that. This is so long. And then finally, we haven't even done sign up yet. Oh my. I'm actually waiting to get to the update user. That's where all the fun is at. So for the sign up, I'm actually just going to speed through this one. Final. We want to save the user credentials that we get from the sign up in await auth client dot create user with email and password. We give that email and password. Now, oh my. Stop. Now let me paste these here. Yeah, so these will handle these for us so that I can properly format my document, my module. So now we await. What are we awaiting for? We're awaiting for the user credential.user to update display name to the full name that we have. So after registering the user with the email and password, we update their data and we await the user credentials.user we don't want their photo to be empty at the beginning. We want to give them a default photo. So once you sign up, we want to update your photo URL to be with, I'm going to create a default image. So let me find the default image on my computer. Let me find the default image on my, I think I already saved the default image on my computer, in the assets copy, or do I have a link? Let me copy a link. Let me get a default image link from my constant, wherever I've saved it. So I've got one image. Let me go to my details, new dart file constant. I'm simply creating a constant k default avatar will be equal to this, and we can save that. Now I can come back to my remote data source and I can use the k default avatar. Boom, close. Now after that we want to await, and we set the user data again. This time we set it with the authentication client dot current user, and then their fallback email will simply just be their email. User can't be assigned to user. Let's go ahead and add a bang operator behind that. That's it for the sign up. Now finally, to update a user, this is where the problem comes in. With the approach that we're using, we're actually going to check based on the action that we're trying to perform, then we do something based on that action. So let's go ahead and start. First things first, we will remove this and use a switch case. So what is our switch? Our switch will be the action, depending on what the action is. So this will actually it's not exhaustively match switch cases. This should actually suggest to add all of my switch cases for me, but whatever. Case update user action dot email. So if it's the email that we're trying to change, what we're going to do is we're going to await for the auth client dot current user, and we update their email. And the email will be the user data, and we force it to be a string because this is actually expecting a string. So we know that whenever we're updating email, we're going to pass a string in here. By all means, we trust ourselves enough to do at least that much, and then we will update the user data. Now I don't want to put that code in here because when I put the update code in here, I will have to use it in the other cases as well, because each time we change something, we actually want to update the user's data. So I'm actually going to create a different, we have set user, get user, and I'm going to create a future void update user data, and it's going to take a data map data to data async, and we can await cloud store client dot collection at users dot documents auth client dot current user dot uid dot update, and we update it with the data that we've got. And there's a problem with this because it's, what is the problem? Updating this document with the ID. What is your problem then? Oh, because it was split. So update user data, and we can simply give over the, in this case, we're only updating the email, right? So you can update the email with the new user data. So this is how Cloud Firestore works. If you pass in an update with the new map of a map, it will update every field that concerns that in there. Let's format this file. Let me close this up so the formatter can work. Yes, so the formatter works now. So that's it for this bit. The next case will be display name. Autocomplete, please work. Display name. Now we're gonna wait. Sorry, after this we have to break. We don't want to move on to the next one. What? Are you sure that the break statement is unnecessary? I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. So we'll wait for the auth client dot current user dot update display name, and we give the user data as string. And then we await and we update user data. In this case, it will be the full name. We pass in the user data and we break. It's also saying we don't need break. Are you sure, Dart? Unnecessary break statement. Let me see the documentation. Only use a break in a non-empty switch statement. If you need to break before the end of the case body, Dart does not support fall-through execution for non-empty cases. So breaks at the end of non-empty switch case statements are unnecessary. Oh really? So it automatically breaks. Language version of 3.0 and greater. Nice. So the lint has been updated after the Dart update, and we no longer need to manually break a case. It automatically breaks the case for us. That's good to know. So next update user action will be profile picture. So now for this bit, we're going to be saving that profile picture to the cloud storage, to the Firebase storage. So for that, we're going to ref the reference. So we first need to get the reference, then we take that reference and use it to put the file in the bucket. So the bucket is what we call the storage that's provided for us by the Firebase storage. Now in order to do that, we're actually going to be using this functionality where we're putting stuff into the bucket a lot of times. So let's go ahead and start off by dbclient.ref.child. And now the child, you need to provide the path where you want to save it in the bucket. So in my case, I want it to be in a folder called profile pics. So every profile pic / and I want to use the user's UID, so that way it's unique. So yours will be in your profile picture will be, the name of your profile picture will be your UID, your ID basically. .uid, and hopefully it's not null. So this will be it. So we've got our reference, right? Now with that reference, we await, and we take that reference and we say ref.put file. And what file are we putting? We can make sure that the user data will be a file from the Dart.io library by the time that we're doing that. So whenever we're doing profile pic, the user data, we're going to be passing a file. So this is where dynamic shines properly, because it's truly dynamic. It can literally be anything depending on what we're doing, depending on the action. Now final URL will be equal to await ref.get download URL. So we're getting the URL for the file that we've just put, and we can take that URL and then go to our cloud store, a Firebase Firestore, and store that URL for their avatar in there. Okay, so this is how we're going to do this. Await auth client dot current user dot update auto URL. We update it with the new URL, and then we also await updates the Cloud Firestore with the new profile pic, and we give the URL, that's the link to the profile pic. No, there's no need to break, else we would have broken. So update user action password. This is where the security comes in. Now the new data will simply be equal to JSON decode user data as string. Now the reason why I'm doing this is because in here I'm actually going to put in a map. So when it's a password, I'm actually going to collect their old password versus the new password. So this is why I'm actually doing this. So JSON decode as string, and I'm going to decode it as a data map because I don't want to pass a data map over. So I'm just going to pass it over as a string dot convert, and then over here I serialize it and get a data map out of it. And then we await, right? We await for the auth client dot current user dot re-authenticate with credential. So before we change anybody's password, it's advised when you read the documentation, that was where I saw this, that you re-authenticate the user to make sure that it's that user that's trying to change their password. So when we re-authenticate, now this password update is different than forgot password. This is when someone knows their password and they've logged into the application and they're in their user setting, the profile settings, and they're basically trying to change their password, right? So we can actually change the password from there. So in that case, we want to re-authenticate. This is different than the forgot password. So when we re-authenticate, we want an email auth provider, dot credential, and now it asks the email and password, so we can use the auth client dot current user dot email. If it's empty, I don't think this will be empty at this point, because if you're logged in, then you probably have an email. No, do you know what? The user actually can be null. So if we're doing this and the user is actually null, then we don't even want to touch this at all. So if auth client dot current user dot email is equal to null, then we want to throw a server exception that will say the same thing as these ones. Where are they? This no, it will be message will be user does not exist, or you have no user does not exist, right? And then we can say that the code will be insufficient permission. So if this is the case, we can do that. Else, if that's not the case, we can then go ahead and do this. We can make sure that the current user is not null and the email is not null, and then we can put in the password. Now what's the password? We can get the password from the new data at old password. So we're using the old password to authenticate the user, right? To try and re-authenticate the user to make sure that it's the same person. Okay, so yes. Now over here we close this up. So now after re-authenticating the user, we can await auth client dot current user dot current user to update password, new data at the new password, yes, a string, and then we can close. So same semicolon, yes. So we close that bit up, and there's also no need to break. So finally we have our bio. How are we going to update the bio? I'm kind of losing track of where I am right now in terms of the cases. So over here, I'm here. Case update user action dot bio. This isn't the best way to handle this, but it's a little hack. It's hacky, but it works actually. So when we're updating the bio, we're not going to do the auth client.current user update bio because there's nothing like a bio in a Firebase user. So we're actually just going to only update the bio in the Cloud Firestore. So Cloud Store client, yeah. Now we already have the update user stuff, so let's just go ahead and update user data, and we can give the bio, and the bio will use the user data as string. Yes. So that's that. Now after that, have I got a try catch? No, not yet. So let me go ahead and wrap this little bad boy with a try catch, wrap with try catch. Yes. So on Firebase auth exception, or on any type of Firebase exception actually. Yes, because now we have storage in here. We have the Cloud Firestore in here. We have everything in there. So on Firebase exception, any sort of Firebase exception at all, catch it and throw our own server exception. Let me go ahead and copy these things over. Boom. Throw an exception, Control C, Command C, whatever. Paste that, and we're set. I believe we're set. So that's it. That's everything we need to do here. Next up, we're going to be testing this class. You can see how crazy the update user went, but what we've seen so far, it's very simple really. When it comes to Firebase testing, it's a different ball game. So we're actually going to see how to do Firebase remote data source testing, which is a little bit more different. It's not a little different. It's totally different than what we're used to, what we've been doing so far. So let's go ahead and see how that looks.